Good morning. Good morning. Oh my goodness. This is the day we've been waiting for a couple of reasons, and it just got crazier yesterday. We just turned it up a notch, and I'm here to tell you all about it today. We are waiting. First of all, today we were going to talk everything about Sarah Boone, and we are. We're going to go all the way back to the beginning. We're going to look at everything from the arrest affidavit up to where we are currently. And let me just say, there was a document filed yesterday that might change everything. We're going to talk about that too. Oh my goodness. I've been looking through this, and it's been so much fun. Been looking forward to this. At the same time, Aaron Dean still does not know what his sentence is. Jury is still out, still deliberating. They'll be beginning again this morning. And so we're going to keep one eye on that. We'll have the stream going there so we can see if there's any action out of that courtroom. As we really just start with Sarah Boone and say, what is up with Sarah Boone down there in Florida? Oh my goodness. I guess I have to tell you right off the bat, her lawyer wants out. Her sixth lawyer wants out, and he filed a motion yesterday asking the judge to allow him to withdraw. And I don't know if the judge is going to accept it or not. This is going to be interesting. Okay, let me say first of all, I'm super excited. Exodus 5, I'm so excited for you. Today is going to be a great day for you, other than the fact that you were responsible for everything related to the internet. So whatever you were doing already today, keep doing that, but also make sure the internet runs worldwide, because you were first in chat. You are the winner of all things IP related. And congratulations, or my condolences, as the case may be, depending on how the day goes. It could be a good, could be a bad thing, but I appreciate you stepping up to the plate and being willing to take one for the team there. Congratulations, and thanks for being here. Golden Mom's here in the house. Cup of Joe, good morning, good people. Denise, listening from work. Golden and Exodus. Oh, yep. Cup of Joe's welcoming everybody. Let's see here. Abby says, good morning, people. Hugs right off the bat. We're going to need them today. It's going to be crazy. Tina, thank you for your message. I was reading that when that came through. It was unbelievable. Let's see. Miss L, it's a balmy negative 36. That negative, this one right down here, negative 36. That's really cold. Wind chill. We'll be staying inside today. Going to be a long week. Hey, Amber, good to have you here. Can anyone see me here? Says Ed. Nope, you're not showing up on my side either, Ed. Not sure what the problem is. No, we see you. You're here. We see you. Thank you so much for being here as well. Lots of people in chat. I'm going to have to go faster. Let's see. Weather Watch, good morning. It was great connecting with you yesterday. We'll see if we can possibly do some live stuff today if we're up for it. Let's see. Let's see where Sarah Boone goes here, because this is bizarre. Samantha Terry, good morning, beautiful people. I love the name change, by the way. It looks great. Abby in UK, thank you as always. One of our fantastic mods. DMB, Angie, good morning. She brought donuts. Yay, with sprinkles. We love sprinkles. It felt good, lonely. Send me sympathy gifts. Izzy Watts, good morning, everyone. Ven, good to have you this morning as well. Ginger, let's see who else we have. Lindsay, I can't click fast enough. It'll give you a strobe effect when I'm clicking. Carly 196, it's a great morning. Big hi to you as well. Eileen, I think we've got Lee here. Rowdy Girl. I'm starting to forget who I've named already. Brent is here. Good morning. It's a good day. It will be a great day. Well, Mama, how are you doing? Bob, KF7AIK, good to have you here as well on your commute this morning, I assume. How's the weather up there near Evanston? Pauline, Laura the Watcher, Rhonda, Ginger, Samantha, Golden Girl. You guys are going faster than they can read. It's CG in Texas. Good to have you as well. Tiffany Marie, it's a great morning. Good to have you here, Tiffany. Great to see you. Cat Law's here as well. Coffee's going to get her going. That's what you need first thing in the morning, right, Cat Law? Let's see. Patty P, Suzanne, Queen Olive, Grace. I'm seeing so many people here. Hey all. Marty's here with a negative 42 wind chill. A little bit of a brag there, I think. Can anyone beat Marty's wind chill at negative 42? Opal has negative 47. I'm wondering if JB up in Canada could beat you with the wind chill, because they've got that Arctic blast going right through there. He said it was negative 17. The temperature was negative 17 the other day, so crazy. Release the pickles, Kolvar. We will do that. Although my wife did not, Mrs. R.A. did not purchase any pickles when she went to the store yesterday. And I haven't had the opportunity to sit her down and discuss the importance of the purchasing of the pickles, but we will talk soon. Negative 47 wind chill here, says Opal. I don't want to play. Nope. At that temperature, it's just stay inside. Call in sick. Good morning from Australia, Kim. Hope to stay awake. We'll keep you awake. There's so much to talk about today. WV, good morning. Who did I miss? Bite Me's in there. Good morning, Bite Me. I think I've caught up with most people. Mutt's in here as well from Virginia Beach. Good to have you. How's my neighbor to the north? Paula. Oh, KF78K says, I'm playing hooky today just so we can watch Sarah Boone on no, just kidding. A day off is good for whatever the reason. I'm glad you could spend some of it with us here. Mrs. R.A. is amazing, I might say. I should not say anything bad about her at all. She is fantastic, and she's the reason Christmas is so amazing for our family. Her planning and her forethought and her knowledge of what is the perfect gift for each person is what is amazing to see. She's remarkable. Actual temp around without wind chill is negative 20, says Opal. Good grief. Bulgaria, Lily, is it any warmer over there? Is it any warmer in Bulgaria? Hello from West Virginia. Good to have you here, Carol. Okay, so let's get started. I think I've caught up with saying hi. If I missed anyone, throw your hand up in chat, and I'll shout out to you. I do have a cup of steaming hot chocolate here. I should say boiling hot chocolate. That was really warm. And that might keep my voice going because we have a lot of things to discuss, a lot of things to read. I will say that I'm going to set up here on one of my displays somewhere. Let's see, it's probably going to be this one. We're going to watch for anything that happens out of the Arundine courtroom. So I'm going to keep that going in the background. So we're not going to miss it in case something happens because we just never know when it will happen. But sitting there staring at the clock on the wall is not going to be very exciting because we've got Sarah Boone to talk about. And there's a lot happening there. So give me just 1 second to get this one set up. Let's see, Arundine, there he is. We're waiting for, let's see. Show me this one. Streamed. Those are all old ones. 2 hours ago. 14 hours ago. Okay. So we're still waiting for the live stream to pop up on that one, and I'm not seeing it yet. Go to channel. We'll take a look at Law and Crime. At least they'll let us know when something happens, right? And I'm not seeing anything live other than Pike County Massacre Trial. Okay. So we'll skip that for just a minute. Keep an eye on that. Maybe I'll ask a couple of you to also keep an eye out if something's happening because it's cold as hell, says Lily. It's really cold. But new rule, hit the like button. Do it now, says Abby. It is cold everywhere. And I was talking with Weather Watch. Last night, we're sort of looking at ways we can sort of share his expertise, especially when weather sort of impacts our love of true crime. And the fact that there's a good chance half of us are going to freeze to death this week might impact our love of true crime. It is going to be so cold across most of the United States. Now, some of the other countries, I know, Lily, it's pretty chilly there in Bulgaria as well. I don't know in UK-wise what you're dealing with over there, Abby. Do let us know if you're also experiencing this Arctic weather. Let's see, it's 46 right now. It's supposed to drop to teens soon in Texas. Teens in Texas. They're saying this might be the coldest it's been in like 40 years. Which is like my lifetime, a little less than my lifetime. But, wow. Laura says, you didn't say me this morning. It's okay, though. Laura, I'm sorry. Good morning. It is wonderful to have you here. It would not be the same without you. I'm so glad you could make it this morning. Cheers. Cheers, Aline. Let's see. Okay. Gold Mom says Sarah should represent herself at this point. Gold Mom, here's what it's coming to, and we'll go through these documents, and I'll read you, and I'll go through the reasons for why it's got to this place. But she is about to have a change of venue, not because they can't find a jury that's unbiased, but because they're running out of lawyers in this county to represent her. She's going to have to move to some other state just to get a new public defender who doesn't have a conflict of interest of some sort in her trial. Oh my goodness. I'm joking, of course, but it's just bizarre. I mean, have you ever heard of a case that goes through this many public defenders before it even gets to trial? UK is warmed up. We had cold last 2 weeks. It's 9 now, 9 Celsius. So it's probably that. I think that translates to about 42 or so Fahrenheit, maybe a little less. Don't cut off the power for 5 days straight and I'll be fine, says CG. Yeah, the problem, CG, is that this storm that's coming is also bringing wind. And when you have really cold temperatures, the trees are frozen. Basically, the sap's down, the trees are frozen. As Weather Watch was telling me yesterday, they're brittle. And then the wind comes through too. The trees come down on the power lines, and we have major power outages right at the time when there's a huge demand on the grid because of all the need for heating. 2 degrees here in West Texas Thursday night. I'm not sure if Santa Claus flies when it's this cold. It might be a no presents for anyone Christmas because of how chilly it is. She's going through more lawyers than jurors at this point. Seriously, the preemptive strike number is usually smaller than the number of lawyers she's had. But we're going to look at that. We're going to start at the very beginning, though. We're going to go way back. Way back. So let me get the set on my other display here. Where's that? I'm using a different configuration. I have 2 iPads, but this iPad is not the usual iPad, and because of that, I can't use that as a source. And I didn't think of that when I gave it to my kids and said you can play games this morning, and I don't want to take it from them because they just got it. So I'll make it work. I'll make it work. We're going to get there. Let's see. Give me just a moment here to get this pulled together. Let's go. I have to drill down a million folders to get to the one I want. Sarah Boone, that's the one I want right here. Okay, we're going to take this one and drag it right over here and make it full screen. We have a lot of documents to look at, a ton of documents, and it's you can't read it quite yet, but I'll get there for you. Number 3, we're going to start at the very beginning with an arrest affidavit for Sarah Boone. So let me pull this up. Come on over. Doesn't like it. 1 second. The arrest affidavit, the reason this document's important is because this is basically the information the police had at the time. Why is it not like this? Hold tight for a minute. Hold tight. We'll get there. It is. Just had to find the right space to drag it over to the other monitor. Okay, so here we go. We're going to do a super source and maybe get rid of one of my faces because you only need me one time, right? Now, I'm going to zoom in just a tiny bit on this, and I'm going to have to look at it a little differently so I can read it. There we go. So what we have here, this is the arrest affidavit going all the way back to, the 25th of February of 2020. So this is after the fact, but it's looking back and basically the reason they arrested her. We've got all her information here. We don't have to go too much into that. I'm sure her address has changed. She probably no longer has that residence. But she's charged with second-degree murder. If you see this right. Oh, it highlights the whole thing. Second-degree murder. No bond is what it says. And then we go down to page 2, which really has some of the information. This is the juicy bits, right? I saw Katrina. I was watching Ryan Hall about the Siberian Express. It's going to be crazy. It might miss me. I might be far enough east, but we'll see. So let's get into Sarah Boone here just really quickly. It says background on February 24th, 2020 at 13:01 hours. So that's just after 1 p.m. 1:01 p.m. Orange County deputies responded to her address in Florida in reference to a female reporting that her boyfriend, George Torres Jr., was deceased. The caller later identified as Sarah Boone, gave her birth date, which she happens to be roughly the same age as me, reported playing a game of hide and seek So this was her story from the very beginning. Sarah and George jokingly thought it'd be funny if George got in the suitcase located in the living room. Sarah zipped George in the suitcase. Sarah mentioned that she and George had been consuming alcohol during the night. That she and George, this is in the original part, had been consuming alcohol during the night, and she went upstairs and passed out in her bed. She later woke up to her cell phone ringing multiple times around 1100 hours. That's just before noon. Hour before noon. She went downstairs and did not see George anywhere in the apartment. She then realized he was possibly still inside the suitcase. Sarah unzipped the suitcase and found George unresponsive and not breathing. Shortly after the 911 call, deputies arrived on scene. Orange County Fire Department confirmed that George was in fact deceased at 1307 hours. That's when he was pronounced dead. That's not when they say he died. The decedent was found lying near the front door of the residence near a large blue suitcase. A small laceration, a cut, was evident on the descendant's lip and what appeared to be some bruising around his eye. Interviewed with Sarah Boone on Friday, 24th of February, 2020. At 16:57 hours, Detective Scott Lowen and I conducted an audio-recorded interview with Sarah Boone located in my unmarked agency vehicle outside her residence, located at 4748 Franz Lane, number 3. That was where she used to live. She's got a new address. The following is a synopsis of Sarah Boone's sworn recorded statement. I read verbatim to Sarah her constitutional Miranda warnings. Sarah agreed she understood what I had just read to her, and on February 23rd, 2020, at approximately 1600 hours, Sarah was located at her residence, along with her boyfriend, George Torres Jr., who also resides at the apartment. Only Sarah and George were located at the residence. So this is going back, telling her story. Sarah's son, Lucas, would sometimes be at her residence when it was her days per the custody agreement she has with her ex-husband. Sarah said her and George were painting pictures and completing a puzzle while sharing a bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay wine, which I'm not sure why she got so specific on the brand. As the evening went on, Sarah and George decided to play a game called hide and seek. Sarah hid upstairs in her shower first and said George never came to look for her. After a while, she decided to go downstairs where she found George. Sarah and George both thought it would be funny if she zipped George in the blue suitcase that was located downstairs in the living room area and had a few miscellaneous items they had planned to donate. George willingly got in the suitcase and Sarah zipped the suitcase up, but 2 of George's fingers were able to stick out of the suitcase. Sarah and George were both laughing that she zipped him into the suitcase. Sarah explained the attached handle that made it easier to zip the suitcase was broken, but a paper clip was in the zipper, and she was able to zip the suitcase up. On February 24th, 2020, at approximately 0:30 hours, so 12:30 in the morning, Sarah decided she was going to go upstairs while George was still located in the suitcase, thinking that he could get himself out. Sarah laid down in her bed and fell asleep approximately 20 to 30 minutes after going upstairs. Sarah assumed George was going to get out of the suitcase and come to bed as well. Sarah said neither her nor George were drunk from the wine. Sarah woke up in the morning and heard her cell phone ringing multiple times but ignored the calls. Sarah said her cell phone was left downstairs from the night prior. Sarah knew her ex-husband, Brian Boone, was calling because he was the only person who called her repeatedly to see if she was getting their son, Lucas Boone, from school. Sarah said she stayed upstairs for a while and assumed George was downstairs on the laptop looking for employment. CG, I see that comment there. I do think that Sarah had moved him down the stairs in the suitcase. That's my thing. Okay, so we're almost most of the way done through this affidavit. Hang on just 1 minute. Sarah said she remembered the last time she saw George when when she zipped him in the suitcase, and he's still there. Sarah unzipped the suitcase and found George unresponsive. Sarah called Brian back and told him George was dead and begged him to come to her residence. Brian only resides a few minutes away. When Brian got to the residence, he walked into the apartment, saw George unresponsive on the floor, and told Sarah she needed to call 911. Brian then immediately walked outside and stayed there until law enforcement arrived while Sarah followed the instructions from the 911 operator. Sarah Boone's iPhone XS. Oh, so this is the next bit. This is from Sarah Boone's iPhone XS. On February 24, 2020, Sarah gave verbal and written consent by signing a waiver of affidavits form for the Orange County Sheriff's Office to search her phone, iPhone XS. And it gives the IMEI, which is a unique identifier for the phone. Digital forensic investigator Junella Udan responded to the scene and began to download the cell phone. While the cell phone was being downloaded, 2 videos were found on the cell phone. The first video began recording on February 24th at 23:12 hours. George reportedly yelling out Sarah's name. Sarah told George, "For everything you've done to me, blank you." Sarah was laughing when she said blank you. Stupid. George repeatedly kept calling out Sarah's name. George said, "I can't blank and breathe. Seriously?" Sarah replied, "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." George continued to repeat himself, telling Sarah he could not breathe. Sarah replied, "That's on you. That's how I feel when you cheat on me." Sarah said, "You should probably shut the blank up." In this video, the suitcase was facing downward, and you can see George pushing on the suitcase in an attempt to get out. The video is 2 minutes and 3 seconds long. The second video began recording on February 24th at 2020 hours. George yelled out Sarah's name. The suitcase was now in a different position, facing upwards, and moved over towards the left side of the living room. The video was 22 seconds long, and synopsis of the George Torres Jr. autopsy is the next part. On February 25th, George Torres received an autopsy located at the medical examiner's office. During the autopsy, it was noted that George had injuries. George had long nail scratches on his upper mid-back and large nail scratch to the back of his neck, contusions to his left shoulder, left skull and forehead contusions considered blunt force trauma, and cut near his busted lip. Follow-up interview with Sarah Boone. On February 25th, at approximately 1500 hours, Sarah drove herself to the Orange County Sheriff's Office located at Colonial Drive in Orlando, Florida. Detective Scott Lowen and I conducted an audio and video recorded interview with Sarah. The following is a synopsis of her sworn recorded statement. She got read her rights, and Sarah agreed she understood that what I had just read to her. After informing Sarah about the injuries to George's body, she continued to deny any physical altercation occurred between the two of them. Sarah was shown the approximate 2-minute video that she recorded on her cell phone. Not even halfway through, Sarah no longer wished to watch the video. Sarah said she did not remember making the two videos. Sarah looked at the video. Sarah said the video looked bad. It did. Sarah denied intentionally leaving George in the suitcase. Sarah was asked why she intentionally went upstairs and waited for George to come upstairs and did not check on him or let him out prior to going upstairs. Sarah replied, "I don't know." Sarah contradicted her original statement and began to blame the consumption of alcohol. Sarah was informed that she was not free to leave and under arrest. Deputy Sheriff Lisa DeLeon responded to the operations to transport Sarah Boone to BRC based off Sarah's inconsistent statements on what occurred on the videos found on Sarah's iPhone. I believe probable cause exists to charge Sarah Boone with second-degree murder. George Torres Jr. is dead, and his death was caused by Sarah Boone's criminal act. Sarah zipped George in the suitcase to where he could not get out. George begged Sarah, repeatedly telling her he could not breathe, and Sarah left him in the suitcase, therefore proves the unlawful killing of George by Sarah's actions that were imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind without regard for George's life. Okay, that was a long one. That was super long, but let me go back here. So this is the arrest affidavit, right? Why is my camera all funky? I don't know. So that's the arrest affidavit that basically lays the groundwork, and it spells out what we saw, or what most of us saw, all the way up through the interviews. I can go back and see what I missed in chat. I'm sorry. Are we going to switch over to the Dean case to find the outcome? Yes, and Kirk, we are, for sure. I'm waiting for a live stream to come available so I can monitor that here on my screen. And it looks like, let's see, sentencing day. I don't even see a placeholder for it yet, so we've got a little bit of time. If you guys hear of a live stream becoming available, either on Law and Crime, WFAA, Fox 4, any of those, let me know for the Aaron Dean. I've just not seen one yet. Okay, so let's see. Is jury still out on sentencing? Yes, they are, Jimmy. We're still waiting. Morbid thought. What was the morbid thought? Now I want to know. Usually you're unresponsive when you're dead. Almost always. Almost always. Little miss. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? And we're getting to this slowly. We just read the arrest affidavit for Sarah Boone just to get people up to speed if they haven't been following this case. But Sarah Boone's lawyer filed paperwork yesterday saying, "I want out. Judge, please, can I get out of this case? Give it to someone else." And we're going to go through and look at just what's happened, because this is bizarre. I'm not sure if the judge is going to let him off. I really don't think he will. What about Dean, says Les Boat. We're waiting for Dean. We're waiting for a verdict to come in for the sentence for Aaron Dean. Let's see. Looks like, okay, Okay, still nothing from WFAA either. Just trying to get a live stream feed so I can monitor if something happens. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing. Nobody has a feed up at all. They have it scheduled for 9:30, says Joseph. I'm looking at that right now. Let's see. Let me change my screen around. I see they've got their old ones. Where's the new one scheduled for 9:30? Aaron Dean trial. There we go. It's not working. Hang on 1 second here. Need a little music while I search. Okay, I do have the law and crime feed up, so I can at least watch that one. I'm going to keep the audio turned up on that one, so it'll just interrupt us when that begins. I'm going to need a cough drop, though, to keep going here. Okay, when does Sarah Boone come on? Monica, we are waiting for a couple things. First of all, we are not convinced that we're going to get a live stream of Sarah Boone today, and we're not even sure if the hearing is going to continue with what we have happening in the news yesterday, with her lawyer wanting out at the last minute. I mean, the day before a progress hearing, he says, "I want out." Okay, so let's bring the music down here. Let's go into part two. My favorite soundtrack. I'm glad you guys like the song. I do as well. It's called Cat Searching something. It cuts it off on my screen, but let's see. Going over to Sarah Boone. I apologize. I've got so many things on my mind. It's bizarre. Let's get rid of the arrest affidavit. Now, going back to the first motion to withdraw. I'm gonna show all these because it's incredibly boring sometimes to read a lot of legal speak. You should reach out to Sarah Boone and invite her to call the burner phone. Really, I would accept the charges. I would pay the collect fee, whatever it is, $1 a minute to talk to her on the show. And apparently I'm the only person willing to answer her calls, so she should do it. How do I get in touch with her? Who's pen pals with Sarah Boone right now that could send my burner phone number to her? That would be awesome. But then, what are the odds I would become a witness in that trial? Very high, and then I would have a gag order, and we couldn't do this, and everything. It would be awful. I don't know. I don't know who named this one, Laura. It's usually on the YouTube audio library. All the songs have psycho names. I'm feeling a little bit better, but I also did take some meds just in case, so that should be kicking in soon. Dead South. Oh my goodness, love the Dead South, Colivar. I love their so much about them. They're just incredible harmonies and everything. I love their choreography in that song as well, with the bobbing up and down. Okay, so going back to the lawyers, if we go back to the very beginning, we've got the first motion to withdraw, which do you guys want to read it on the screen, or would you rather I just read it to you? Let's see. Because I can read it, and it's a little easier than me trying to read across the room. The cat and the fiddle, that's what it is. It's only 8:30 in Texas. Coming soon, the 100-volume collected letters of Sarabin with judges, lawyers, and fans for $99.95. That's a steal, Michelle. It really is. Get yours now and order it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll include this free pocket-sized suitcase. Is Aaron Dean live now? We're waiting. No, Aaron Dean is not live now. We're waiting on coverage from the courtroom, but we don't expect a camera to go live unless something happens with the jury deliberation. And they should still be deliberating until, they've already put in, 7, 8 hours, 9 hours? I forget how many. They started at 10:45 or 10:55 yesterday. Went all the way through the evening, so 8 or 9 hours yesterday, and now they're still going. So if you invited her to discuss the issues with her attorney and not the underlying case, she might actually reach out. We should start a letter writing campaign. She wants the mail. She really does. I can give you her address. I've got that. Instant witness material and no more coverage. Right. It would go downhill fast. Okay. Narration, please. On screen too, please. Read to me. Okay. Maybe I wish there was I should get like a Dropbox set up. All of these are available over on the Discord page for as the gavel drops. You're able to get all these documents. It's just a little hard. If I put it up on the big screen over there, I can't see it on my laptop, and I have to look at it's a 50-inch screen, but it's 12 feet away, so it gets a lot smaller. But let me go through these a little bit quickly, because these next few documents are the motions to withdraw, which basically just tell us what happened with the lawyers and why they want it off. And each one had a little bit different reason. They had, as far as their motions, most of them gave a reason of some sort. The first one was the motion to withdraw. Pretty plain. It was the public defender says they went before the judge and said in a letter, they said, we want off because the defendant has agreed to have private counsel. So basically, she's going to hire her own lawyer. And in doing so, because we've already been assigned and started working, we've started the paperwork file, she owes us $50. But in the letter to the judge, when they wanted off, they didn't want off really badly. They were sort of miffed, I think, that they lost the case. Because they say, we're okay with getting removed from the case, but only after she pays us our $50. I want my $50, right? It requires payment of $50 to be paid within 7 days of applying for appointment of public defender. To date, the fee has not been paid. Like half their motion to withdraw is about this $50 fee, which is hilarious. But they're saying, please, it should be entered requiring the defendant to pay the $50 statutory fee to the clerk of court within 7 days. So the first one gets off. That was signed by Robert Wesley was the public defender there. But so he wants his $50. He gets off the case. Next goes to she has a private attorney, but can't pay him or something, and so he's not represented her. So there's no motion to withdraw there. That I can find. So the next one we have is a court order permitting to withdraw as counsel as the grounds below therefore should show. The undersigned is forced to withdraw as irreconcilable differences have arisen between the undersigned and the defendant and have made it impossible for the undersigned to effectively represent his client. As always, it is difficult to convey all particulars to the court at the same time, maintain duties to the client. Undersigned's relationship with the defendant has become adversarial. The aforementioned adversarial relationship has interfered with the undersigned counsel's ability to effectively represent his client, especially preparing for trial. Undersigned appreciates the court providing him the opportunity to amend his previously filed motion. However, after further research, and the reason that he did this, basically the judge didn't let him off initially. He said, give me more information. Why do you really want to quit? He says, after further searching the issue, the undersigned is still under the belief that the specifics of the adversarial relationship may disclose information that may prejudice his client, and as such will stand mute on the specifics. The motion is made in good faith for the reasons stated above. So attorney number 2 gets off the case. Third one, this one is a conflict of interest for an actual reason. He lists a reason because, to the best of my knowledge, this guy represented George in a previous matter between the two, when there was probably a domestic that went on, because there's a little bit of history of that. But he's like, hey, we really can't represent her because I represented George. And let me just say, that was not a pretty case. There was a lot of contention back and forth during that case. And now I can't be on the other side and be like, hey, it's me again. Remember me? I'm here to help. So that one, that was Public defender. Let's see. Is that Eileen Forrester? I think that's that one. Go to number 4, right? Number 4 is a very short letter. It says, comes now Assistant Regional Counsel and moves the Honorable Court to enter its order, allowing the Office of Regional Conflict Counsel to withdraw from this case as grounds, therefore, should show the court as follows. 1, the undersigned counsel was appointed to represent the defendant in the above styled matter. And 2, the Regional Counsel 5th District previously represented the witness, Melissa Sexton, in multiple cases. So this next attorney says, I can't do it because one of the witnesses in the case is my client. Or is a previous client. So I have this conflict of interest where it wouldn't be good if we have to call this witness and I have information about her and things like that. Legitimate conflict of interest. This is number 4. Number 4 gets let off. Number 5. This one is one of the shortest motions to withdraw that I've seen in the file. It says, come now the undersigned counsel, Mark Consolo, court-appointed attorney for the defendant, and hereby files this motion to withdraw and states as follows. The undersigned counsel has a conflict with his representation of the defendant that precludes him from further representation on this case. The undersigned counsel asks that a new court-appointed attorney be appointed to represent the defendant, and the undersigned counsel be relieved from all further representation in this matter. That guy, that was 8th of July, 2022. Okay, so after him, here comes the court appointing Bankowitz, and this happened on the 11th of July, so 3 days later. Let's see, I'm trying to read aloud. I'm trying to read as much of this, but some of it's just long. You guys are funny. So 3 days later, here comes this order. The court orders, and basically says, having heard the case from Mark Consolo's motion, they find that it's, they've judged that he's hereby allowed to withdraw, and the further representation of the defendant is in the above styled cause. And Frank Bankowitz is hereby appointed to represent the defendant in this case. And the previous lawyer has to turn over all the documents and everything. So that was on July 11th of 2022. Frank Bankowitz comes on the scene. And then it gets quiet. It gets really, really quiet, right? Except for one thing. Sarah Boone starts talking after a while. And first, she sends a letter to her attorney. And I'm going to put this one up on the screen because it's really good. Let's see here. Make it full size. And if you want to write Sarah Boone, by the way, which you're legally allowed to do, at your own peril. Let's see. We'll go here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so Frank J. Bankowitz, this is a letter from Sarah Boone in jail to her lawyer. And this was on, look at the date, 10/3/22. So he was appointed in July, so basically 3 months later, right? It says, Mr. Bankowitz, I'm writing in regards to not hearing from you and from becoming very concerned after receiving no response to any of my daily calls from the letters I've sent. As of today, October 3rd, you have been my court-appointed attorney for almost 3 months. That's 12 weeks and 84 days. You'll see this, that Sarah Boone is fixated on numbers, very much so. And yes, very neat handwriting, as Daniel says. Very neat handwriting for sure. Culliver says, I'm going to write Sarah love letters and sweet nothings and sign a channel name to it. No, Culliver, no, that would be bad. Let's see. Okay, so she says, it's been 12 weeks and 84 days, and I've only spoken to me 3 times, and she's notated the dates, right? At 7/14/22, which was 3 days after he was assigned to her case, there was a video introduction, basically a Zoom call for 15 minutes. Then a little less than a month later, about 3 weeks later, there was a video update, also for 50 minutes. And 3 weeks after that, there was a visit in person. That went for 90 minutes. So that was like the first real meeting, I think, in Sarah's mind. But since that time, since 8/22, I realized that she's writing this on, when was it? 10/3. So it's been a month and a half, basically. I've written 2 letters. In the meantime, also, my most recent I sent on 9/12 with no response. I am unaware of the difficulties you are having in communicating with me. Video, phone, letter, in person. especially via phone, which to me is the simplest form of doing so. Even if just for a brief update, which takes only minutes. I believed by you giving me your personal cell number. It's like, hey, can I have your number? You are going to answer. I would at least know all is well, and I have a better understanding of the status of some things, what to plan on, and what I may need to work on. With no, I'll go up here to the top, next page. No communication makes my end more difficult, drawn out, and painful. Please figure out whatever necessary for my phone calls to be answered, which you will be reimbursed for when you submit your costs. This is funny because she still hasn't paid that $50 fee, right? From way back when. If you go on her record, it shows that she still, in this case, 3 years later, still owes the court $50 for that first public defender she was assigned. Okay. So you'll be reimbursed for when you submit your costs. It feels at this rate of communication and meetings, and you just coming on board, not having all my discovery to go over, still on top of everything else to be done and depth, how much longer I am really going to be here added to the 32 months already, especially if we communicate. However, you eventually do only one time a month, if that, as for all the month of September. I know nothing from not hearing from you. So that was a rough sentence, and it was a long one, but it ended a couple times and started again, but it was too long. It's a little, you get the gist of what she's trying to say here. Oops, I went down to her address, which will be important later if you're going to write to her, but we'll get to that. I understand you have other clients, as I am one also, and you've been recuperating from your back, but remember, please, how long I've been here. You are my sixth attorney, not by choice, and the magnitude of my case with not knowing what's going on or where you are, how much harder it is for me. I want to get on with my life, Mr. Bankowitz, and not miss any more time necessary for my son. I've already missed 4 of his birthdays and spent 3 of my own in here. Please understand. So someone help me with the math. Maybe Kolivar, you're good with numbers, right? She's been in jail for how long? If we scroll back up to her other letter, let's see the other part. She says she's been in jail for almost 3 years. Where did she say that? Oh, 32 months. There it was. It was right there. She's been in jail for 32 months. So 36 months, in my mind, would be 3 years. I haven't gone over jurisdiction yet. Subject matter jurisdiction. Kolivar, we'll handle that here in a minute. But the math is important. So in those 32 months, she has missed 4 of her son's birthdays. So can somebody help me with the math? What day would his birthday have to be to miss 4 birthdays in 32 months? Because I just can't get there. Anyways, she says, please understand, which I don't, but I'm trying. I really am. She goes on, no, too, I am patient. Clearly, after all the time already invested, because that's what she's doing right now, is investing time in her case. That's why she's in jail. She's there just of her own will to focus on this and investing time. And she's still smiling and willing to go above and beyond whatever I need to do properly and truthfully convey my very convoluted, yes, very convoluted, misunderstood side of everything, which I boldly told you in our meeting last month. I am dedicated, ready to start, and overdue. Jose Baez should take this one. Vain brain. That would I can see this is like a match made in heaven for him. And then the letter goes a little creepy. It says, after she's basically said, why aren't you taking my calls? You know, you're ghosting me. What's the problem? She says, I'm so very grateful, Mr. Bankowitz, for you. All you are doing, have done, and will do. We're in this together, and I'm so blessed. Oops, where's the rest of this? I'm so blessed. You are my attorney. God has put us in each other's paths for a reason, and I can't wait to see what you and he will do. I'm praying the 6th time's the charm. Please respond. I await your response. Thank you profusely, Sarah Boone. And for those of you who want to write a letter to Sarah Boone, just go ahead and get a screen capture right here of the screen, because this is her address, her inmate number, in jail, the P.O. box, the city, everything. She would love to hear from you. She really would. She'd love to hear from anyone at this point, I think. And then the last page of this letter is just the last page of the letter is just the cover, basically the envelope that it came in. So So that's letter 1. Now, the important thing about this is that this letter was copied to the judge. God is ignoring Sarah Boone. The letter was copied to the judge, and she's like, it's to the lawyer, but she's like, just FYI, judge, I'm writing this letter just to let you know the problems I'm having. So the judge is aware. Let me get the next letter. Because the next letter she sends is to the judge. Let's bring this one over. Full screen that. And, okay, there we go. Okay, Honorable Judge Wooten. Forgive me in advance for having to utilize your invaluable, why is it shrinking weird? Okay. Invaluable time to ask the current progress of my case, but after not having any form of communication with my attorney appointed by you, now after 11 weeks and counting, after sending 4 letters to my attorney appointed by you with no response, I would love to read the other 3. I would love to read the other 3 for sure. And after finally an outside resource to inform me of the uneventful, confusing filed documents online by my attorney appointed by you, I am still waiting with the perpetual question mark over my head. No letters, no video visits, no face-to-face visits, no answered phone calls from my attorney, or even a response from you, Your Honor, regarding one of my letters expressing my legitimate concern of what's going on in my case and where's my attorney. It has now been over 4 months since being appointed another attorney, number 6, and not by my decision, influence, or choice, and almost 3 of the 4 months not hearing from said attorney. 8/22/22 was the last correspondence. Why? What is the reason? Why haven't I received a letter, even a 15-minute video update, anything? Even after my pretrial conference on 10/25 is what truly confuses me and nonetheless upsets me. The fact I was not in attendance so I could know what's going on in my case, especially considering I have not heard from my attorney in 11 weeks and should have been included. Why was I not? This was my case. Was Mr. Bankowitz even there to represent me? I don't know anything still. Up to the top. The problem is that my constitutional rights are incorrectly being waived like this, without my knowledge or permission. I've never signed anything nor verbalized the idea I wish to waive my appearances to any of my court dates. I want to be present for all dates going forward, please, regardless of the significance. All are significant to me since my attorney fails to relay any information in any way. If he's not going to, then I must myself and for myself, as always, my entire life. What else can I do? Who else can I seek help from? I have you and God, Judge Wooten. If I do have an attorney, where is he? There's so much to do all over in my case, hopefully the right way this time. Off to a rocky start, where I wonder how much more extended my time will be on top of all the almost soon to be 36 months, 3 years already. This is now how the justice system really works? Am I being penalized for wanting to be fully involved in everything in my case and intelligent enough to know how my case is being handled is unjust and from my point of view disastrous, considering I'm still here sitting in Orange County Jail, counting the days and praying my 6th attorney contacts me and we could move forward, finally coming to an end to this seemingly endless debacle? You would think, considering the circus show my entire case is being made out to be, with all the hype, sensationalism, and publicity, I received a letter all the way from across the pond, England, the other day, it would be handled more professional, better. I learn something new every day about facts, events, and outcomes in my case from all the inmates and officers as well. I wonder if they might know where my attorney is. Bottom line, please understand, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here any longer. I don't want to be hindered any longer in getting just to the starting line. Again, I don't want to be suppressed in being heard, finally, truthfully, and correctly. So when Judge Wooten, will I hear from my attorney? Or you, please, just with some type of response other than a copy of my letters I keep sending, which I already have. In the meantime, it is my understanding the following documents have been filed in my case since the appointment of Frank Bankowitz, my attorney, missing in action. And it lists the date, the paperwork where he was appointed, the pretrial order, the date set, the pretrial canceled, notice of unavailability by the state, correspondence, my letter to Bankowitz, correspondence to defendant, a copy of my letter, and notice of appearance. For what? We had 3 years ago, not guilty plea, already filed, waiver of appearance, never signed or agreed to. Compensation for what? What's been done? So basically he showed up and said, I need some pay for what I'm doing so far, and nothing's been done, supposedly. And then on 10/25, substituting conflict counsel, who's my attorney? and then another pretrial counsel and trial set for the 30th. So that's where we are, basically. So she says, that's it. In almost 4 months, I've been a client of Mr. Bankowitz. This is the only progress. What's next? Where are my copies of everything filed, ever? I'd like them. She wants them certified, I think, court certified. This reminds me of letters when I was a teenager, immature and self-obsessed. She's almost done with this first letter to the judge here. Let's see. This is one way I can have some idea of what's happening. And please remember, I have no access to a computer nor any reliable outside resource to check anything for me. Please mail copies. I'm trying to come up with my solution possible to keep me, the other party in my case, informed and updated. This also is a part of the court's responsibility. I would especially think, knowing I have not heard from my attorney in any way for 11 weeks, I want to be included. Let's see. There's one more here. The last page says, as always, I thank you for your time and understanding. Please help however you're able. I am not helpless. I am ready to get this show on the road and to hear from someone other than myself asking the same question over and over. What's going on in my case? Or how many more pens will I exhaust in asking? Gratefully and patiently waiting, I wait your response. Sincerely, Sarah Boone. Same address. Can we start a GoFundMe for the judge's therapy bill? I don't know. I think they have an upper limit of a couple $1 million, and he might need more than that. Yes, this is the first letter. This is the first letter to the judge. She sounds frustrated. I hope she represents herself. She might be getting to that. She really might. Okay, let me go back and make sure I'm seeing nothing. I still have the audio turned on from the live feed. As soon as something happens in the Aaron Dean trial, if the jury comes back, that's just going to just burst in over the audio. So hold tight here just for a minute. Let's get the other one pulled up because we have another letter to the judge. Letter to judge number 2. And then we have the last document we have to go over is the one that was filed yesterday by her attorney, which is just great. Lisa says this would have been moving along quicker if she would just cooperate with her attorneys. Is that a requirement? You have to cooperate with the attorneys? She does have rights. Yes, she does. And one of them, she's exercised there. She wants to be there at all of her hearings, which she's allowed to do. Hang on one second. All right, so she's trying to exercise those rights. Let me get this last document pulled over here. And full screen. This is letter number 2 to the judge, which was sent on, let's see, what was the date? It was December 5th, but it was just marked received on the 14th. It was when it was filed. So I don't know what happened with the mail. It took a while to open, something like that. So there was about a week in there that nothing happened. Anyway, so she sent the summary of progress, numbers only, it's all I have, directly to the judge, Judge Wayne C. Wooten. There's his address as well, but I don't recommend you write to him because he's not fond of getting letters. Since appointed by the court, Frank J. Bankowitz, attorney number 6, was appointed July 11th, 2022. That's 21 weeks, 147 days, and counting. And since I last spoke to Frank J. Bankowitz, attorney number 6, that was August 22nd, 2022. That's been 15 weeks and 105 days and counting since you last heard from him. Since the pretrial conference, no response from attorney or court. October 25th, 2022. That's 6 weeks, 42 days, and counting. So she didn't speak to her lawyer at the pretrial conference because apparently she was not there. Since my last letter to the judge regarding MIA attorney and case, that was November 3rd, it's been 4 weeks or 32 days and counting. Total hours of time represented by Frank Bankowitz. This is in hours, 3,528. And total hours of time spent with client, Sarah Boone, 2. Now we've gone over the facts of her case. We're going to now look at her grievances. List of grievance here. Where's my attorney? Where are you, Judge Wooten? I understand the holiday mode is on as everyone let me try this again. I understand the holiday mode everyone is in as we inmates sit and wait for it to pass. But before I/we come to the end of yet another year, almost 3 for me, in custody, it would be respectable of the court to please advise the status and location of my attorney foremost, and also provide me any real progress of my case, which is difficult to do, and further, without an attorney. Nonetheless, after being appointed so many, I thought hopefully the level of dysfunction would be lessened. Unfortunately, to date, I'm sadly mistaken, and I feel that I've been severely misled. Even more unfortunate seems to be the lack of representation from any party of my case, other than myself. Look at the numbers. In the meantime, and in preparation for the upcoming status hearing, which is today at 12:20 at 10:45 a.m., I'm hoping this goes forward, which I just received notice of. Thank you for your inclusion, she says. I'm in the process of writing to our governor regarding the mismanagement of my case and the multiple added obstacles and deterrents I'm experiencing, trying to avoid any further time-consuming hindrances or setbacks going forward. Some of the major legitimate concerns of mine are the violations of my constitutional rights, the degree of neglect and the nonchalant approach by everyone in my case to substantially progress, and the illegal, non-permissive, it's illegal and non-permissive, release and distribution by the Orange County Sheriff's Department of crucial, confidential case files, videos, photographs, documents, etc., pertinent to my case, which I have not even seen or even know about. Everyone knows more than I do about my case. As a result, it is impossible to choose a jury that can be impartial, fair, and uninfluenced by all the mutated, exaggerated, hyped sensationalism. This being a significant reason I requested a change of venue previously. At this point, it will make no difference. There's nowhere I am not known. The premature, unfair judgment by everyone has wrongfully and inappropriately already been made. I haven't even seen my discovery or even know where my attorney is, my 6th attorney. Not only am I, the other party in my case, still in the dark with everything, I am blind and in the dark. This is wrong, unfair, especially for a still proud citizen of the United States of America, and unacceptable. There is more to everything, much more, and in which I've been patient to an extreme to explain, interpret, and educate what now seems to be the whole world. To the whole world. I am hopeful the governor will be able to untangle the chaos and mistreatment. No one else seems to be available or willing to abide by the protocol of our justice system and rightfully, eagerly apply themselves. I'm hoping, still, these aforementioned topics can be further discussed at the hearing on the 20th, and in which I am bringing it to everyone's attention prior. I have not heard from my court-appointed attorney to date, so I am unaware what else may be on the docket. It's finally time to move forward, and in all the right ways. Happy holidays, Sarah Boone. This was letter number 2. Let's see what Charlie says here. Missed it. Her lawyer is actually waiving her rights without her knowledge or consent. Doesn't she have a legitimate complaint? Inmates have rights too, and she's obvious she's guilty. Okay, so the lawyer, we covered this a little bit, Charlie. The lawyer is a professional, and when you go to a doctor and you have an ailment and you get cared for, the doctor has some leeway in how he cares for it, and the treatment he chooses, things like that. You have to consent, basically, but you don't get to tell the doctor, do this, this is how I want this procedure done. That's sort of their expertise. And some of that is, applies to the lawyer as well. Now, clearly, the lawyer should not be making any decisions for the client, which are the client's right to make. And one of them, the client has the right to be present for their hearings, whether through video or in person. And so it is concerning that she says, I don't know about these hearings. Things are happening. Ooh, things are happening over on Law and Crime. Let's see what's happening there. Let's see.
This is Detective Carpenter.
Oh, this is Brooks' interview.
Right, so I'm going to take these handcuffs off as long as are you cool with that, Detective Carpenter? Yeah. Spread your feet apart for me, sir. Thank you. When this comes off your left
This
hand,
is
you're gonna
this
tap
is
your
somebody
head for
else.
me, okay? No problem, no problem. All right, thank you, sir. Tap of your head.
This is
Anything with
DB.
this one? Oh,
Why are they playing that?
The shoulder.
Oh, the shoulder, it hurts when I got body slammed to the ground, which didn't happen. It hurts so bad. Okay, so not sure why they're playing this. Apparently they're waiting for trial, so I'm going to have to go ahead and switch to something else here. But that was fun. I love that DB. Oh, the shoulder. Yeah, it's on video, but okay. So we may see the judge asking. We may see the judge asking to be removed. Patty, could happen. I think she needs to represent herself. It's the only way. It may get to that point. And if she is, that maybe this hearing would be where she files that motion. It is lawful law, of course. It's always lawful law. As ridiculous as she is, she may have a point. Your lawyers can't waive rights for you without your knowledge and consent. I agree, Charlie. She may have a point on this, 100%. My question is, and maybe this will become clear, we have from her side, right, the, let's see, current letter, motion to withdraw. Let me go here. We have from her side the story of as to what's happening. Let me make this a little bigger. Come on. There we go. That she hasn't heard from her lawyer at all. That he's not informing her of everything. That she's not hearing about the appointments, the dates, whatever. And she wants to be involved. And then yesterday, we get this document filed for Mr. Bankowitz with the court. And so let's read that here really quickly, and let me just try to match up in your mind what Sarah Boone is telling us with her relationship with the lawyer and what's happening, with clear this off. What's happening with the attorney in the attorney's mind. So it says motion to withdraw as counsel. This was filed just after lunch yesterday. Comes now Frank J. Bankowitz, Esquire, counsel for the defendant in the above styled cause, and hereby request that this court enter an order permitting court-appointed counsel to withdraw from this case and from further representation of defendant. In support of such motion, the undersigned states to the court as follows. On or about July 11th, the undersigned was court appointed to represent the defendant in the above styled causes. So yes, that's the date he was assigned. Due to irreconcilable differences which have arisen between the undersigned, his client, and his family, the undersigned will be unable to effectively and properly continue representing the defendant herein. So something happened, apparently, according to this clause number 2, something happened between the undersigned, his client, and his family. Is there supposed to be a comma in there after the undersigned? Because the undersigned is going to be Mr. Bankowitz, right? He is the undersigned. He signs underneath here, right? His client, that's Sarah Boone, and his, that's back to Mr. Bankowitz, family. So somewhere between the three of them, there's a problem. And I'm wondering, did she start writing him at home? Did she start sending letters to the family? It's like, hey, I can't reach you at your office, but I was able to find your address online. And so I'm going to send letters to your wife and say, hey, where's your husband? I don't know what's happening here. But something is brought up, and he mentions his family in it. Jenny says she's scheduled for court today. She is. We have a 10:45 a.m. Time, which is 40 minutes from now. But we don't know if it's going to be live streamed. We might have to wait and hear what happens afterwards. So here we go with this last one. Because of this, wherefore, undersigned counsel respectfully requests that His Honor enter an order granting this motion to withdraw as counsel for the above named defendant. I hereby certify that a true and correct copy of the foregoing document has been furnished to the e-filing and everything else, and signed Frank J. Bankowitz, and he has the largest address block known to man right here on the bottom. Attorney for defendant. Mr. Bankowitz has previously had his hand slapped for not being responsive as an attorney. Let's see, maybe Mr. Bankowitz has irreconcilable difference with his family. Yeah, but it throws the client there in the middle, right? So it's like the undersigned, his client, and his family. Maybe the wife's like, hey, if you represent her, it's over between us. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what you're getting at, Matthew. Could that be cause? But here's the problem. You've got this guy, Mr. Bankowitz, saying, we can't work together anymore. But my question is, were they ever working together? When the judge looks at this, and he looks at the letter he's got from Sarah Boone saying, there's, in 90 minutes, 3 months ago, there was an unreconcilable difference that came up. You haven't talked to her since then. What's happened here? So there's maybe Boone is harassing his family. You're right. It could be letters, because we heard she said, I've written you 4 letters, right? We only have one that was copied to the judge. And now, of course, if she sent it straight to the lawyer, that's going to be attorney-client probably privilege that covers that. But this is it's a good case for the use of an Oxford comma. Yes, I agree 100%. There should be a comma in there somewhere. And where we put it does change things a little bit. At the bottom of the letter, just carbon copy my YouTube name, Matthew Harris Law. Send her a letter, please. So KLRN says either writing him at home or calling him on a personal phone at home, not respecting boundaries. Well, we know that she already had his personal cell phone number, and she calls it a lot. And that might be enough, just the harassment, the constant calling. Because, I mean, when I send my car to the shop, right, and we've got some experts that deal with cars there, know a lot more than me. I don't call every 5 minutes or even every day saying, how's the car going? How's the car? What's your plan, sort of thing. I let them work and do their thing, and they say, hey, we'll be done in about this much time. And it might be a little more, it might be a little less. But really, I don't say, well, I'd like to be involved in all decisions. I want to know where you're getting the spare part from. I want to know, when it will arrive. Send me a copy of the tracking number. That's just information I don't need, which I think that she's wanting. She really wants to be in control of this case because, as we know from her interview, she's always been in control of everything, and she excels at everything. At everything she does, she excels. And now, for the last 3 years, she has been out of control. So that brings us to our current standing, where in about half an hour, Sarah Boone and Mr. Bankowitz are due to appear before Judge Wooten in Florida. And this is all going to get hammered out. If the judge makes him take the case and she loses, she could call mistrial that her attorney was incompetent, not wanting to defend her. I believe she might have grounds for that. Probably harassing his cell phone. If she was in trouble for being non-responsive before, she's complaining about the same thing. His family may be getting all over him about that. Respond or get in trouble again. The earth does revolve around her. We've proven that scientifically, Daniel. You're correct. Are we still waiting for the Dean verdict? Yes, we are. The jury is out deliberating. We probably will not get video until we hear that the verdict is in. And I'll keep an eye on Twitter as well this morning, just to see if something happens. Do see from the Dallas Morning News 3 minutes ago that Mr. Mata was released from jail. Deliberations continue according to Court TV. Yep, so we don't know anything as far as today. It's continuing. The Law of Self-Defense is doing another live stream today, watching it as well. So we're all waiting. We're all waiting for this. Culver says, real quick, but real important for veterans in the audience. If you want to check your VA claim and pension claims, check the payments tab. They update that first. I don't know. Having not served, I will take your word for that. And for those who have served, thank you for your service. I appreciate it. The nation owes you a debt of gratitude. No other profession can do things on your behalf without consent. Not sure how a doctor or dentist changes that. If she harassed the lawyer, they should just withdraw ASAP. Well, if she does harass the lawyer, or if he does get to withdraw, and I'm not sure the judge will let him, because we saw on the third lawyer that tried to withdraw, he basically asked the same thing, said irreconcilable differences, it's just not working. And the judge says, wait, you need to go back. I need to know more information. He's like, I can't tell you without prejudicing my client. And making her look bad, so I can't tell you. And he let her off, or let him off. Will you make a poll on the Dean verdict with a 6-year possibility too? Murray, I can do one. I only have 4 options on a poll. So if you can spell out what the 4 options are, which ones you want, I'll go ahead and put the poll up for you. Okay, so as we're waiting for this, let me go ahead and pull this down. Let's see, multi-view, switcher, let's go to 4. Okay. I'm looking everywhere. Keep an eye out. If anyone sees a tab for Sarah Boone, for a live stream for Sarah Boone, we have not been able to locate a live stream that would cover the hearing yet. Let's see. So now we're just on hold. I wonder if Sarah Boone's aware of this online fascination with her. I think she is, having heard, she got letters even as far away as from England. So I'm pretty sure people are writing to her, especially now that she posted those letters with her address in the document. It's much easier to find her. So I'm sure she has all sorts of fan mail. Okay. So we've got all sorts of things happening. We've got Young Thug back in court right now. We have the magistrate's live stream happening, and then we're doing a watch for Aaron Dean. And everyone's talking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, how she pledged to pay him the $1 million and settle. So, okay. All right. That Thug guy is in court today too. Jenna, we can pull that Thug thing up as we're watching Young Thug live, but I'm concerned because we had a problem with their system being hacked previously, and it resulted in me having to delete a video off the live stream, and you guys accidentally seeing something that you should not see on YouTube or anywhere else. This hot chocolate is good, but it's getting cold. Someone needs to write to Sarah Boone to give her some pointers. Somebody does. I don't think DB would be the one. He's got his hands full with what he's handling right now. Yes, I'll be careful. But now that I know that in that case it was hacked and they had a problem, I think they've probably fixed it. It probably won't be hacked again. I would be concerned if that was actually evidence that was being presented at a hearing, because there'd probably be more of that. Two courts in Houston, the same thing happened. They're not secure environments. They have to have these rooms open, and the software, the live streaming software back and forth, is not the most robust security tool in the world. So we are. The jury's been deliberating now, starting this morning again, 7 hours 51 minutes total. Tom says, I know your next piece of equipment you need for streaming audio. You need a mug warmer to keep that hot chocolate warm. I just need to drink it faster because it's fabulous when it's hot. It's still good right now, but I might have to chug it. Do you guys remember when Zoom first became a thing during the whole pandemic? It was so wide open that anybody with the right code, suddenly you're in Zoom, and it was hilarious to see all the different Zoom calls from school classrooms to business meetings that were getting hacked. Initially, it was sort of funny. It is a crime, but it was sort of funny, and now it's just really annoying. That's the expensive hot chocolate. Yes, it is. It's expensive, and I let it sit, and now it's cool hot chocolate. I do have a thermos. I have one of those Stanley coffee mug thermoses, which I bought at Starbucks, and I think they were selling it for it was like $15 for the thermos, which was a good deal. It was a really good deal, and it's the vacuum sealed, really nice one, wide base, doesn't tip, doesn't slip, and I went and looked online for another one, and now they're selling for like $100 on eBay, because apparently they were limited supply. What's the sentence you think the jury will give? The longer they go, I'm not sure if they're going to get one. What kind of crime is it? This, Lindsay, which crime are we talking about? Which case? Because Aaron Dean is up for, he got convicted of manslaughter, which is a second-degree felony. Sarah Boone is also up for second-degree felony. I'm not sure about Young Thug, where he's at. I think he's got some RICO charges, so a bunch of charges wrapped together with other defendants as well. What happens if the Dean jury becomes deadlocked? Patty, if it becomes deadlocked on this sentence, then they're going to, first the judge is probably going to issue what's called an Allen charge, which basically is a stern talking to and says, hey, go back there and try again, see if you can't reach a consensus, find an agreement. And if they can't then, the second time, then it's a mistrial. but only for this phase of the trial. So he's still considered guilty. He's still been found guilty by a jury, and they're going to have to redo the sentencing portion of the trial with a new jury. Did you see the lawyer that appeared by Zoom and had her filter on of a cat? I couldn't figure out how to turn it off. It's like, yeah, Judge, I'm here. I don't know why I'm a cat. That was hilarious. That is an epic video. Maybe Boone is confusing her court case with her suitcase. So many crimes, so little time. Either Sarah Boone is going through attorneys to delay, or maybe they just need to do a psych evaluation on her. I don't know if it's a psych eval that would do it. Now she does come to a conclusion that's different than mine about whether or not it's her fault or whether or not there was intent. But I don't see in her like mental, she's not missing a few fries from her Happy Meal. She's mostly there. I think she's even to the point where if she decided to represent herself, I think she'd be able to successfully navigate that voir dire with the judge and answer all the questions correctly. Did Boone waive her right to a speedy trial? I believe. Let me go back and look. Let's see. So that would have been way back towards the beginning. Motion for continuance. Let's see, back before that. There's a lot. There's 3 years of documents here in this file. Oh, there's a speedy trial right there. Waiver of speedy trial. She waived her speedy trial on 11/2 of 2020. So yes, she has waived the speedy trial, which is why we're 3 years on, still working on it. Great question, though. Okay. Psych eval won't do anything. She appreciates where she's at, what the situation is, and what she did. That's the only way they excuse you from mental. Yeah, she's there mentally. Lindsay says, recovery addict, do we know if a defense attorney has to agree with their client's plea? No, they don't. Well, I wonder if she's trying to produce some outlandish defense or reason the attorneys refuse to do it. We saw in Matthew Terry, if you followed that there in Florida as well, Matthew Terry's murder trial, in the stabbing death of his girlfriend, we saw him basically say, I want my attorneys to do this. I want them to present my side of the story in the closing, the way I've recounted it to them. And guess what? The attorneys didn't do it. Like, no, we're going to present the best possible defense we can according to the facts that have been entered into trial. So they don't have the right to say, your attorney is not a sock puppet. You can't tell them what words to say and say, push the story you think. They're going to look at the case and do their best to give you a good, solid, robust defense. But they can't, you can't tell them what they have to say unless it's like a direct questioning thing. I sent you a tip for the best travel mug to keep your drinks hot on the burner phone. Thank you, Little Miss. I saw a couple of mug pictures come through. I'll keep an eye on that. I will say that the one I've got, it does not work very well for travel because the base is so wide it doesn't fit in any cup holder. It's about 4 times the size of the cup holder opening. It happened again yesterday. What happened again, Toxic? Other than her attorney wanting off the case. Sitting here eating the SMB pickles. I'm not a sweet pickle person, but SMB pickles are legitimately pretty good. Mixed reactions among my family, though. They are fantastic. I'm sorry your the other family members don't know that yet. Just tell them to try it one more time. This cold is kicking my butt. Cold is kicking my butt. Took some drugs for it, but it's still hanging on. Attorneys do not have to agree with a client's plea. We represent a client and owe the client the duty of loyalty. You can't tell your attorney what to do. Looks at the Amber Heard trial. I guess if you pay them enough money, they might feel compelled to do that, but I'm not sure. Yes, you're sending RA mugshots. That's funny, Jake. I got a lot of mugshots from you guys. Just getting home from work. Is this a suitcase lady? Mike, we did talk about that. You might want to go back and watch the rewind. I read all the way through from the affidavit of arrest, all the way up through the letters she's written to her attorney and the judge. And we reviewed the case of why she has so many different attorneys represented her and why they quit. And why her current attorney just yesterday asked to quit again. Not again, but her current attorney also asked to quit. What kind of crime hacking a Zoom call would be? Well, Lindsay, you're dealing with interstate communications. The police are here. So it might be federal on that grounds. Accessing a computer device without permission is typically, I think, a felony. I guess it depends what you were doing. I'm running through tissues at a rapid rate. Okay, given SB and George history of domestic violence, what do you think of something like a battered woman defense? Patty, it may work. Other than you can't lock someone in a suitcase and kill them. Because at some point when you lock them in a suitcase, you're no longer in danger, right? So maybe if she was being battered and somehow was able to lock him in the suitcase, as soon as he's locked in a suitcase, she should have called 911. She should have called for help and say, hey, he's trying to kill me. I got him trapped in a suitcase. Come and get him. And he'd still be alive at that point. And then there would be, some sort of defense. But the way her story went, the way she was told what happened, I see it. That would be a hard sell for a jury to believe that a battered woman defense. Especially because she said, we're good. I don't have any marks. We've been good. There's been no issues between us type thing. So it would be very inconsistent with her testimony, and I don't think the jury would buy it. Can we get a suitcase emoji in chat? We can use like the get in meme for the casket. How do I get custom emojis? Maybe some of you YouTube experts can tell me how to get those set up. Maybe you were so hot yesterday, wasn't the thermostat, but you were getting a bad cold. I think that's what it was, but the heater was on quite a bit. Still can't believe there's no decision. We're still waiting. We're still watching. Nothing is happening yet. Let me check one more place. I'll pull up WFAA.
Deadly force, and they were justified in that force.
They're
and
just
they are
talking to
still
people.
remorseful about taking a life. And again, it's not like a...
Okay, so I'll keep that on my other screen here really quick. There it is. So we're monitoring WFAA as well as Law and Crime. Usually as soon as we go live, Fox 4 will also carry a stream, but nothing from them yet. What do you guys think of Sarah Boone? What do you think is going to be the outcome today? As we're, 15 minutes to 20 minutes away from what should be a status hearing in her case. If this attorney, if number 6 gets let off the case, I can't see her case moving forward on January 30th. I can't see somebody else coming in and having basically a month to prepare and represent her in trial. That's not enough time considering all the documents, all the history, all the evidence that needs to be reviewed. The police are on to me. Yes, they are. They keep driving by. They're good. Best thermoses for hot beverages are the Walmart brand Ozark Trail. Works better than the Yeti, and they're $10. Yeah, Yetis are not $10. That's for sure. Yeah, $10 is a better deal. Maybe I'm the new attorney. They're coming to bring me down to meet with Sarah Boone right now. Sarah's attorney wanted to quit when she took out a tape measure and started measuring his dimensions. It says, yeah, can you curl up into a ball fetal position for me? Just need to measure something really quick. Attorneys are in charge of how they represent the case. Strategy for them is for them to decide. Right, Lisa, 100%. But I wonder, shouldn't they at least inform or have a duty to inform the client what they're going to do? Maybe Matthew can tell me. Is there any obligation to tell the client, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to proceed. Hang on, a little one's in here. 1 second. What's up? they're saying that a package just arrived, and whoever mailed us the package mailed it in a package that reveals the contents, and they're like, there's a Christmas present, and now we know what it is. So, nice. All right, so stupid of her to record him in the suitcase. Then she tried deleting it. Okay, Jenny, where are you finding that she tried to delete it? Because I was looking, it wasn't mentioned in the arrest affidavit. I'm wondering if that is accurate or not. I think it was actually just still on her phone. Her video shows premeditated while under the influence. Definitely going back and listening to that slurred words for sure. There's the suitcase. Katrina found it. We've got cases all over the place. That one's more of a purse, Siwu too. But yeah. Oh, sweet, you guys rock. To get recovery addict's attention, use the @ in his name, no space. Okay, bring them over here. Okay. And the big one. So we have, just so you know, this right here is my gift from Mrs. R.A. to me. That goes over there. And these ones, History Seekers, Finder Seekers, are awesome games for kids that now they know about. Anyway, so thank you for spoiling that, Mr. Finder Seekers. Charlie Peterson says, recovered addict, most hacking we hear about these days is literally just using a password you shouldn't have had access to. Back in my day, actually backdoor and command prompt of the PC. Right, hacking, we call it hacking anytime you use a vulnerability or gain access, even if it's through like social engineering to get a password or something. We still group it in the same category. Basically, you didn't have permission and you access something that you shouldn't have. Mr. Upper Torso, yeah, this video is going to be pretty intense evidence. Now, that's the video that she didn't want to watch. So she's like, do I have to watch this? And they're like, why don't you want to watch it? It's on your phone. But she did not want to watch it. Nor did she remember taking the video. She was thinking as fast as she could at that moment, but she didn't know what to say other than, I don't remember that. Do you know if she tried to get him out of the suitcase the morning after, or was he still zipped in there when paramedics arrived? Lindsay, when we read the affidavit, they made it sound like he was near the suitcase, so it sounded like she got him out. In one of her recordings, she says she tried to stretch him out because he was probably, muscles sort of locked in that position that he had been in for the last 11 hours. And so she tried to stretch him out when she said she was trying to do CPR for him. Jury's been out 8 hours now. Yeah, yes, they have 8 hours and 7 minutes. Okay, let's see. We've got a few here. You should set up for the membership. I think then you can set up custom emojis. Is that what I have to do? That might be worth it just to get them emojis for you guys. I'll have to figure that out. Color says, recovery addict, I'm crossing fingers and sending prayer to Kath Lou for representing herself. I don't get the Kathy Lou. Is that a 40K reference? But it would be fun if she'd represent herself. Going to do a quick search again for anything Sarah Boone related on the live stream because we're coming close. 15 minutes until the hearing. Let's see. Knox, Young Thug. Got a bunch of other stuff. I'm not seeing any live stream yet for Sarah Boone. It's got to be live. Nope, nothing yet. All right, so we'll keep going. Katie Q says 26.4 here in my little section of Utah. I appreciate the heat wave. Or is it a cold wave? It's a heat wave. It's going to get cold here this week. I bet Stephen Lee could make you those emojis. He probably could. We've got to get him back on here. He's been sort of missing in action the last couple of days. Maybe I should write him a letter or call him collect, once a day. Are you serious? More naughty images in the Young Thug proceedings? Did that just happen? Let me just... I'm not seeing any chat on this one. They're unplugging monitors or switching monitors around. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna listen, and I don't think it'll show anything here, but if it does, we have to cancel immediately. Let's see. Let's bring Young Thug up just to see what's happening. But I think they fixed it. Like, it's not showing right now. So we're going to take, come on, go full screen. Just 1 second here. Trying to click a little tiny button from across the room. Okay, so Young Thug right here is what's going on. Let's get that started. Why did it stop? It's supposed to be a live feed. I'm not seeing anything of the... it's supposed to be live, but it's frozen. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. So let's see. Good to see you, Ari. It's been a while since I've seen you guys. Mr. 80s Music Guy, welcome back. Welcome back. We might need you to censor the internet today, especially the Young Thug trial. Power's back. Hooray. Welcome back, Amber. I'm glad you got power. Abby says, tell the kids it's from me, the parcel that just came. It's for you, not from you. We'll get it sent right back over across the pond. I'm not sure if we'll make it in time for Christmas. Mr. Rappator says, I think she deleted the video, but forensics pulled it out of the data. I think it was in the interrogation. In my opinion, if Sarah Boone screamed lawyer, she wouldn't be where she's at right now. I don't know. That's still, finding someone dead from a suitcase is pretty rough. Female detective who interrogated her said Boone tried to delete it along with some pictures too. Okay, so that's where it came from. All right, that makes sense. As long as she requests it and demonstrates she is indigent, she's entitled to the representation. And she did.
All right, counsels, let's go ahead and go on the record, please. All right, good morning. We're back on the record in the matter of those who are in indictment 22 SC 183572. Let me go ahead and just take...
And it dropped again. We've been having... The Young Thug case has just had serious problems with audio and video from the get-go. I don't know why. It's like their feed is bad. I'm ready to switch the camera at a moment's notice if needed.
Let's just see who's here for the time being. Khalif Adams.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, madam.
Doubtful she did CPR.
All right. Durante Beebe.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right.
We'll start over just for you, Amber. No, I don't have to wrap my own gifts. My wife will do that. But. And I saw that California had a 6.9 earthquake just off the coast. I'm wondering, I think there's some cliffs up there.
He's in a probation revocation hearing in Gwinnett County. As soon as it's over, he's going to come right down.
Say again?
Maybe they didn't pay their bill. This is the Young Thug case we have pulled up here. We're just waiting for either Sarah Boone's hearing, which should begin in a few minutes. No one's finding anything about Boone either. Her lawyer has asked to be released from the case. just yesterday he filed that motion.
Do you know if he's waived his client's presence? Does he give you that particular waived his presence?
She says, when do you start your Recovery Addict channel? Just curious. I started doing trial coverages halfway through the Daryl Boone case. So it's been a month or so.
Do you know if he told you if he filed
But
a
I started
conflict
the
letter?
channel a couple of years ago.
I can find out,
But
Your
he only
Honor.
had like
I
a
tell
few
him
hundred
he needs to be
subscribers.
here. He'd be here. And if he didn't file a conflict letter, that's going to be a problem.
That's going to be a
All
problem.
right. Jeffrey Williams, good morning, sir. Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning.
All right.
We're waiting, Laura, to see if we get a feed from Sarah Boone. So far, there's not one that has popped up.
All right. Cordarius Dorsey.
Good morning. I'll salute you on behalf of the book.
Good morning, sir. All right. Christian Eppinger.
Yeah, it wasn't a surprise. The letters she wrote really
morning,
led
sir.
to this. Audio on 3. We're going to turn down just a little bit.
All right. Mr. Menendez, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Farley.
I hope you guys love my new name,
All right,
Mr. 80s
Fleetwood.
Music. It's a bit shorter.
Where's Mr. Fleetwood?
You guys
Just
hear
raise
the
your hand,
chains?
sir, if you're here.
Hear all the chains in the courtroom?
Present in the back, Judge.
Oh, where?
Present in the back.
All right, thank you, madam. Mr. Garlington is, we are awaiting him. I know where he is at this point in time. All right, Quintavious Greer.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Mormon. Good morning, madam.
Mike Russ and Mr. Greer as well.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. So you and you and you and you.
All right, Marquavius Huey.
Good morning, Judge. Matthew Senior and Junior here.
Good morning, gentlemen. All right. All right, DeMonte Kendrick.
Good morning, Your Honor. Doug Weinstein.
Good morning, sir. All right. All right, Denise
This is
McMullen.
just supposed to be a hearing for the RICO case.
Thank you, sir. Tenquarius Mender.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole Fagan on behalf of Mr. Mender.
Good morning, Ms. Fagan. And Ms. Fagan, I'd note for the record, you were also present yesterday. What time did you come in
The
yesterday?
one that happened yesterday, that's the
Right
lawyer
on time.
asking
There
to
you
quit.
go. So
It was the
we
19th.
accounted for you for both days. You get a check mark. That's wonderful. All right.
I think she
Myrick.
might have been on
Ms.
speakerphone. She
Bernard,
says
good
she
morning.
tried to do CPR with them on the phone, so I'm
All
not
right,
sure if they can
Cornelius,
vouch for that. I'm sure there's a
Nichols.
recording.
Good morning, Mr. Harvey.
I was early both days. Do I get some benefit for that?
Yeah, Mr. Bott said he'll give you, maybe some bagels.
Bagels. Oh, that's how you get a lawyer to get to court early. You promise them bagels.
We are celebrating. Nicole Westmoreland and Lamar Gardner is also with us.
All right, thank you, sir. Good morning, councils.
We're early today, too.
There's a lot of people
listen,
in
I
court
see
for all these
everybody,
appearances.
Thank
This
you,
RICO
sir.
case, I guess they have all the
Reyes
defendants here.
Ryan, Mr. Williams.
Ambulance, Mr. Ryan.
All right, good morning. Antonio Sledge. Where's Mr. Sledge?
Judge,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wright is his attorney. He didn't need him for this morning.
That's right. Okay, you are correct about that.
So we're still waiting for the Aaron Dean verdict from the jury. They've been deliberating for 8 hours and 18 minutes. What we're watching right now is the Young Thug case, which is just a hearing on that case. Well, we still wait because in a few minutes, in 5 minutes, 4 minutes now,
Stevens.
we're expected
Ms.
to have
Gladden, good
Sarah
morning,
Boone in
madam.
court, but we're not getting a live feed at
Good
this
morning
time, so we're
again.
hoping
All
the
right.
one pops up. I'm looking everywhere for it. If you guys see one, let me know.
Mr. Garlington, good morning, sir. All right. right. Good morning, Mr. Botson, Mr. Sharp, and good morning, Mr. Stillwell. Okay. All right.
This court must be
I know,
full.
you
I mean,
pay. I understand. That's right.
He's,
Thank you.
he's
All
welcome
right,
just
and,
about everybody in the county to
Antonio
the courtroom
Sullivan?
right now.
Mr. Hoover, good morning, sir.
No news yet, Ernest. We're still waiting for the jury. They're deliberating 8 hours and 20 minutes now. Yes, this is a RICO hearing. So lots of defendants on this one. Jenny, I'm not either, but we're sort of in a holding pattern, waiting for something on Aaron Dean or Sarah Boone. And yes, he did
Couple
just burp.
administrative announcements. From yesterday evening, I've talked to Mr. Kearns, my staff attorney, and we will have the compendium questionnaire emailed out to you by close of business today or shortly thereafter, so that we can have a discussion about those questions Thursday morning. So that's the first thing. Second thing, I would just politely remind everybody.
And their audio keeps
I
dropping
asked everybody
out.
to kind of be here at 9 o'clock. I start by 9:30. We can't start till everybody gets here, so it's as much as you can, please go ahead and get here timely. And if you run into any problems, as many of you have done, please just contact my chambers. But try as much as you can to be on time, so we can go ahead and get started, as we've got a fair amount of business each day, which we'll try and accomplish. All right. Those are the only two administrative announcements I have for this morning. As I understand it, Ms. Rosenwasser, you have Mr. Pineda available, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, we have Mr. Pineda and Investigator Hall. We'll call the investigator first.
Let's call Mr. Pineda first, please. Thank you. All right. Walter Pineda. Mr. Pineda, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would be so kind to turn and face Deputy Talton to be sworn as a witness, please.
Raise your right hand for me. Be sworn in affirm the testimony I give the court the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
You want to take a seat? State and spell your first and last name.
My name is Walter Pineda. Spells WLTERPINEDA.
Sir, you can sit down, please.
They just adjusted the mic for him to be standing, so now we can't hear him at all.
Good morning, Mr. Pineda.
Good morning.
Mr. Pineda, where are you employed, sir?
I'm self-employed and I work for a company called Marathon Photo.
Okay. And just so everyone can hear you in the back, I'm going to need you to lean forward and speak into the mic a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And how
There
long
we
have
go.
you been employed in that position?
I've been doing video enhancements for almost 30 years.
Okay. And what were you? How were you employed previously?
I was employed by a company called Pinkerton. I went there until the company closed down, and I went independently.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I got a degree in professional photography and design.
Okay. In your current position, how did you become involved in that line of work?
The company that I was working for, we were taking care of financial institutions, taking care of people that were doing forgeries and bank robberies. So I was able to be trained by the company to be able to get the images that they needed for the person that committed the crime.
And do you have any relevant training or?
The company trained me at the time.
Okay.
Because back
Let
then
me
it was
check out Fox
film.
35, just one second.
How do you
And
see
then-
it? I'm sorry.
Back then it was film. Then it became video or VHS, CDs, and then hard drives.
Mr. Pineda, how do you stay up to date on your training?
I follow the training on the experience that I have to do the same things on new cases.
Do you have any specific, like, continuing courses that you
Yes,
take?
I do.
I've not seen
I
it on
became,
Fox 35.
Bilingual interpreter in legal, medical, and educational interpretation.
What kind of certifications have you obtained?
That will be the legal and the medical interpretation certification at UGA.
approximately how many, I guess, video enhancements have you performed over the course of your career?
I would say it's thousands.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit State's proposed Exhibit 10. May I approach the witness?
All right, has that exhibit already been shown to defense counsel?
Yes, it's been served in discovery.
Right in discovery?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may approach the witness.
Mr. Pineda, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
My resume?
Has there been any alterations or changes to that document?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to
Never
admit
updates his
State's
resume.
proposed Exhibit 10, previously served to discovery. To defense counsel, to evidence.
Any objection to States 10? Purpose of the motion. All right, States 10 is admitted.
Mr. Pineda, have you been qualified as an expert before?
I do.
What states?
Georgia,
Okay, I'm checking
And what
all
courts?
the feeds,
State.
and I'm not finding anything.
About how many times would you say?
over 50 times.
Okay. Can you
Looked
describe
at,
for the court the
let's see
method
here. Let me turn this
video
guy down just a tiny
enhancements
bit.
are performed?
Yes, I do.
So I've checked Channel 8,
When I
NBC,
did
Channel
the
10,
video,
CBS, Channel
I checked the
13,
image,
Fox, Channel
the
28,
quality of the
ABC,
video.
Channel 35,
When I
Fox.
get
Let
to
me check
find
Channel 9,
the
Bay
image
News.
that I'm
see if
interested
they have
in, I will
something.
divide the image or the screen in 4 sections, and I will get 1/4 of that section to follow up on the particular image or interest of the image to enhance the video.
Okay. What kind of results can be expected from, enhancing video evidence?
The result could be a better view of the evidence given by the prosecution.
Okay, this is less than exciting.
Is this type
What's
of
the
video
young
enhancement
thug
like
being
you
charged with?
described,
Their RICO.
Just describe for the
So
court.
it's racketeering, right?
Have other law and agencies used this type of service?
Yes, they have.
Just prosecution?
Prosecution, defense attorneys, police departments, GVI, and FBI.
Okay. And as far as you know, is it generally accepted?
On its solar
Yes, it
panels.
is.
That's not good.
Are
That's a
there any kind
NASA
of
story.
standards or control, how video
Yeah,
enhancements
we have nothing
are performed?
available
You
to
have
us
to
here.
follow a protocol, meaning when you divide the images in 4 sections, that 4 will have to be like, get the first image, and if it's too small, then you go to a bigger image.
Yes, all the
And if
defendants
you
are
want it
shackled,
to be
and so
bigger,
it's
then you go
like
to a bigger image.
the ghost of Christmas past.
And that standard that
Scrooge.
you just described
I
for the
forget
court,
which one.
did you
Which one had
follow
the
those
chains on?
procedures?
Yes, I did.
They're all in chains today.
What did you enhance in this case?
In this particular case, I enhanced 2 videotapes or 2 videos, one from a parking lot area by a car driving by and a gas station.
And you did use that standard for the enhancements in this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that that the court qualify Mr. Pineda in forensic video analysis based on his experience, his background, training, and the fact that this is well established.
Okay, forensic video analysis?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Anybody wish to voir dire the witness?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams.
The hearing's still on the record. I don't see anything changing on the docket for Sarah
Mr. Pineda,
Boone.
good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, I do.
I can hear you just fine.
I want to ask you a few questions, please, about the work that you've done and what you just testified to. And if you don't understand the question, please let me know and I'll be happy to rephrase, okay?
I will.
You indicated that you've been qualified as
The
an
case we're
expert
watching right now is
previously
Young Thug.
Yes, I have.
in the state court
Which
here
most
in
notably had
Georgia.
Yes, sir.
a
And
Zoom
you've been
bomb
qualified in what
of a
field
pornographic
or in what,
nature on the
particular
previous
category
hearing.
specifically?
Video
On the screen right in
analysis
front of that
and
gentleman
video
right there.
Enhancements.
Now, you stated earlier, I want to ask you some questions about the protocol that you referenced. The state asked you whether or not there is a particular protocol that you follow in regards to video enhancement. Could you describe for us what that protocol actually is, please?
The protocol is to follow up the section in which I'm involved to enhance, meaning I have to divide the the screen in 4 sections. That 1/4 of the sections, I follow up the same size, the images in which are being involved on the video analysis.
Did you understand what he just said?
That's a description, apparently, of what you actually do in terms of video enhancement.
Yes, it is.
But in terms of the protocol, are those protocols recorded anywhere? They're written protocols that govern exactly how you enhance a
The
video.
protocol is involved in the images given to the prosecution.
Okay.
Every detail is given to them in every folder. Tells you
He doesn't
how
understand the
description
question.
or what it was
It's a
done to
language
that
barrier
particular
issue.
image.
Okay. So would I be correct in that what you're saying is that when you forward what you consider to be the enhanced video to the prosecution, you have instructions or you're telling them
Can
exactly
the public go to
what
any
you
trial
did
to watch it in person,
to
or only
enhance
those
that
affected by the
video?
case?
I did not write
Carol,
anything
most courtrooms
to
are
that
open.
matter. I just let them see
Some that have a lot of
and see for
interest, you have
themselves for
to
what I
sort of
have
get in
done.
line to get into the courtroom.
But in terms
But
of
most of
when I
them
say
are open to the
protocol,
public.
Are there any written protocol from any agencies, any organizations that talks about the best practices?
One notable difference would be some of
for
the
video enhancement
courts that
that
involve
you are
youth.
aware of?
They're not necessarily
They're
as wide open.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Are you aware of whether there are any
Golden Mom, I'm looking at, I
publications,
believe it's 13th Circuit Court out
make
of Florida
reference
that
to
she's
the
in.
mechanism that you use, the protocols that you use, any publications that you would look to in regards to video
No.
enhancement? None?
None.
You referenced earlier in your testimony that the video enhancement is used by other agencies. Are you familiar with whatever protocols are used by those agencies in video enhancement?
They don't use any protocols for me to use, no.
Okay.
There's no protocols. We don't have any protocols. Golden Mom, if you can find something that I can't find, please let me know. I'm not seeing anything out there.
Whether or not you know,
I've checked their Twitter, their Facebook, looked all over the place for
standard
this.
of video enhancement or the practice of video enhancement that you utilize, whether or not it is, quote, generally accepted. And you said it is.
Yes, it is.
Do you know by what agencies or what entities that protocol is generally accepted by?
It has been accepted in the Cobb County, Fulton County, and Gwinnett County.
Okay. And when you're responding to it being accepted, are you talking about it has been used in those counties? Video enhancements have been
Dude's
used
Clues,
in
we're
those
trying to get the
counties? Is that
Suitcase
what you
Lady
mean?
case right now. And
Okay.
unfortunately, all we have right now is Young Thug. And that's what we see. The gentleman with the bow tie is in the Young Thug case. This is a video
Thank you, sir.
enhancement
I have no further
expert.
questions for this witness.
Just being
Anybody
questioned by
else?
the defense, or one of the defendants. There are multiple defendants in this case, so you've got, if you look in the
Mr.
courtroom,
Weinstein,
you'll see there's defendants just all around
go third.
the courtroom here
All right.
with their attorneys. Orange
Thank you.
County.
Sudi Chakli, minutes on behalf of Mr. Dorsey. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
Now, what was your name again?
Walter Pineda.
Mr. Pineda, how are you?
Fine.
All right, so we spoke a little bit about the way that you develop your expertise, what you claim to be your expertise, and you said you used to enhance tape back in the day, right?
Film.
Film. And then film developed into VHS, is that right? And then CDs, is that right?
Correct.
And now they're hard drives.
Correct.
Okay. So now, is it fair to say that technology has changed drastically?
It has.
Have you received any training as it comes to the new technology that is used nowadays in the video recording?
I have not.
Okay.
But the last time that I worked for Pinkerton, we already were using hard drives.
But you haven't been trained formally by any agency or any education from any school?
They don't have anything available for that.
All right. Now, when the state asked you, did you receive any further training, your response was that you have gotten training as a bilingual interpreter and as a medical interpretation. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And those things have absolutely nothing to do with video enhancement. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You don't need to speak Spanish to be able to enhance a video.
Correct.
Now, you describe the way that you do it, but you have not told us if that is the way that everybody else does it. Is that right?
I don't know how everybody else does it, but the way I do it, that's the way I've been doing it for years.
Okay. And do you have a bachelor's degree?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you have any type of education with IT?
I don't have.
Okay, do you have an associate's degree?
No, I don't.
You have a high school degree?
I have a high school. Yes, I have a high school degree and I have a diploma on professional photography and design.
All right, where did you get your diploma on professional photography?
Southeastern Center for the Photographic Arts.
And when did you get that?
I got that in 1987.
Is that an online school?
1987. Has the technology that was used in 1987 changed drastically to the technology used, say, from 2010 to
Michelle,
2022?
that is also a date that's set there, but the judge ordered a status hearing
new technology by any
today
formal
at 10:45.
education agency.
And Sarah mentions it in her letter to the judge that she got notice of that.
That you have testified over 50 times, is that right?
More than 50 times, yes, sir.
And when was the last time that you testified?
I testified over probably about 6 months ago in DeKalb County.
DeKalb County, okay. Now, you also said that you have testified for the defense sometimes, is that right?
Yes, I have.
How many times out of those 50 plus times?
I would say more than 10 times.
About 10 times, okay. Now, when you enhance these videos, you describe as you break it up into 4 sections, is that right?
No, I break it up into 4 sections and use only one section.
Okay, and when you break it up into that 4 sections and use that one section, what do you do with that one section?
That one section follow up on the images involved on that particular event. So I get all the images involved. Let's see if the person is going by. I capture every single event of the person going in front of the camera.
But other than freeze framing the video, what do you
This guy basically has a
do? What is the
VCR
process
and he can pause it.
to,
I think that's what he's
as you
testifying
say,
to.
enhance these images?
All I do is get closer, and if the image is too noisy, you reduce the noise out.
Is that something that I could do if I had the right software to get it done?
You can do it if it's up to you, yes.
So any layperson that has the right software could just go ahead and do that?
If they will have the experience, they want to do it, it's up to them.
But so you don't have to have a degree or any level of expertise to actually do that?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that sometimes some careers just, with technology advancement, just become obsolete?
Not this particular one. I mean, I've been doing it for 30 years.
Then how come are you moonlighting as an interpreter as well?
No.
Okay, so how come you haven't gotten any further training as to the technology?
Because people have not using video technology as much as they used to do it in the past.
So it's obsolete. I'm not sure if this guy's going to be sworn in as a witness or as an
Reviewed
expert.
your work. Has there ever been any peer review of the work that you do?
I'm not aware of. I mean, the only thing is give the evidence to the prosecution or to defense or to the police department, and they're satisfied with it, and they are.
What is the name of the software that you use?
I use a software called Photoshop.
Oh my
Photoshop,
goodness.
that's the one I can get on the Apple Store?
It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
This is their
Thank you, sir.
expert.
No further questions.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Panea,
Yes, sir.
over here. How many video enhancements have you done over the course of 30 years? Just ballpark.
Judge is
I would
asking
say
here.
over 500.
Over 500? Okay, all right. Next.
They found some dude who has Photoshop and can pause a video
For Mr.
and take
Kendrick.
a still image.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Went
You
to
were
Zoom
saying
school.
that you're not aware of any organizations that certify video enhancement technicians. Is that correct?
I don't.
Are you familiar with the International Association of Identification?
No, sir.
Are you aware that they have certifications? Pardon me.
I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Remember, it's knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, okay?
Are you certified by them as a forensic video technician?
No.
Are you certified by them
guy's getting
for forensic photography?
Run over.
No.
Are you familiar with the paper by the Scientific Working Group on Imaging Technology that lays
Dean,
out guidelines?
jury
for
is still
following
deliberating the
imaging
sentence. We're still waiting.
techniques? So according to their guidelines, you're supposed to keep a documented record of the techniques that you use? Do you keep a documented record of what you do?
This is not Boone. This is Young Thug,
It
the
also
RICO
states
case.
that you should have peer review of your work. Is there peer review of your work?
I don't know.
We believe the Boone hearing is happening right now
I
without
don't know
cameras
who has
present
reviewed
in the
it.
courtroom.
I'm sorry, could you
And
say
so we're
that?
waiting for word.
I don't know who
we don't
has
have anything yet.
reviewed it. No, I don't.
Are there others in your company that review your work?
No, I work independently, sir.
The guidelines also state that there should be annual training. Do you participate in any annual training?
I have not.
Gentlemen, object to their last question. Witness testified that he's not familiar with the guidelines.
I asked if he participated in annual training.
Training, that's different. I'll overrule the objection.
Have you undergone any competency testing?
No.
The guidelines also specify that there should be proficiency testing. Have you had any proficiency testing?
No.
The guidelines also state that there should be standard operating procedures for image enhancement. Do you have a set of standard operating procedures that you follow?
I do.
And what are those standard operating procedures?
Like I told you before, I follow up the way that I always do it in every single enhanced video that I work in.
And are those standard operating procedures written down somewhere?
No, sir.
I just have to.
Something I learned through
I just
the years.
pause and zoom in. This is his expertise. I pause and I zoom in.
Your technique for image processing involves breaking the image up into 4, can I say quadrants? Is that fair?
Correct.
When you analyze those quadrants, do you do that in the spatial domain or the frequency domain?
The frequency domain means the frame that I obtain out, in which is highlighted. So I follow that by every single image that I'm working in.
I'm not sure that you followed the question. Sir, do you know what frequency domain processing is?
Not specifically, no. But
Do you know what, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, finish your answer, please.
No, go ahead.
Sir, do you know what spatial domain processing is?
The spatial is the space, I think, is the space in which you are involved according to the images on the monitor.
Do you know the circumstances where you should use spatial domain processing?
He removes noise.
Do you know the circumstances where you should use frequency domain processing?
No, I don't.
When you're seeking information,
I think
from
he
the
advertises
image,
his services on
do you know when it's
Craigslist.
appropriate to use spatial domain processing versus frequency domain processing?
I'm not familiar with that.
I stand the objection.
And the last question, sir, is your particular processing technique. Do you have any publications?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
How can this guy be
Anybody
50
else?
times be sworn in as an expert?
I do, Judge.
All the attorneys want a piece of this pie.
Don't lie to me, okay? So, go ahead.
Now, I just had a few questions. So, do you ever compare one of your enhanced videos to a video of the same thing but of higher quality to see if your enhancement actually made it look enhanced?
If you're telling me about a video from 10 years ago and a video right now for 4K, you will see the difference. From 10 years ago, it's very grainy.
This guy doesn't
From
understand the
today's,
questions.
It's very clear. I can see your
We're
freckles.
torturing him.
I can see your eyelashes.
Okay, it's true though. I don't have freckles though, do I?
Oh.
I stand the objection.
Okay, but what I was really asking you is, have you ever taken maybe a HD camera and videotaped something, and then taken a non-HD video camera and videotaped the same thing, and then supposedly enhanced the non-HD one so we can compare the two and see if your work actually makes any difference at all?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and how many times have you done that?
That's 'cause, like I said one time, 10 years ago, I used VHS
One time.
cameras. Today, I have myself a new camcorder, 4K, so you can see the difference.
Got it
I
from
did not
Best
take
Buy.
the same thing, but when you do the close-ups or the enhancements of it, you can see the difference and the details on the image.
Okay, and did you record that anywhere? The accuracy
No, I
of that?
didn't record it.
And that was 10 years ago?
No, I did the video on 4K not too long ago, and the VHS years ago.
Okay, and then you said you used Photoshop to enhance the images?
Yes, sir.
And it's also true that Photoshop can be used to alter images?
Yes, they can be used, but I haven't.
Okay, and how are we supposed to tell, besides taking your word for it, that you haven't altered any images?
You tell me which one I have done, and then I'll respond to it.
Okay, so just your responses.
If you have something that I've done that is being altered by me, you let me know.
Okay, and then once we let you know, what's going to happen next?
I don't know.
Basis.
Relevance? Your Honor, it goes to his direct previous question.
As to in terms of what? What previous
Like
question?
how we're, the general question still hasn't been answered, but how are we going to know whether one of his work product items has been altered in
Is
Photoshop?
that an issue in this case?
Yeah.
You think that he's altered one of the documents or altered it?
No, Your Honor, credibility is always that issue. And
That's
so,
weight. That doesn't go to the things that I'm the gatekeeper, remember?
Judge is giving the
So,
slap down.
part of that is, do you have something that would indicate to me that he should be disqualified because he's altered something? I don't think there's been anything in terms of foundation.
Your Honor, my point would be that if there isn't a way to know whether he's altered it or not, that goes to the weight and the credibility.
Well, that's a determination for the jury to make. But of course, I'll make an initial threshold under Dahlberg. But the relevancy issue is kind of waning, so move on.
Okay. So apart from asking you and you answering, we don't have any way to know whether or not you've altered images in Photoshop.
It's up to the person to decide, not mine.
Okay. And what person do you mean?
It could be you, it could be the jury. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
Anybody else? Any other
To
defense
put another
attorneys?
lawyer like to pile on.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor, I would want to also move to qualify him as an expert in bilingual language interpretation. You did say that he's trained in that.
That's not what you're here for. That's not what he's here for.
I'm trying to make him here for that for a trial for my own use.
Oh my
You
goodness.
need to subpoena him and pay him. Okay? And then maybe he'll show up, but don't try and circumvent the process. There's a way to subpoena witnesses and everything else. If you want to qualify him as a bilingual, if you have a separate need and employment, then I'll let you do that off kind of at your discretion.
That was
and your
that was
leisure,
a,
okay? But
a
that's not the
snide
time to do
remark
it now.
by that defense attorney.
Okay, Judge, and for the record, it was just that based on his answers to the state's questions.
I know, but that just fills out what he's been doing the past 30 years, okay? In terms of what he has done, additional education he's gotten. You've already kind of examined him about that. It has nothing to do with video enhancement. It's just another skill set that he has, okay? But it's not relevant for the inquiry that he's making right now. All right? All right?
Ms. Pineda, how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Objection asked and answered.
I sustain the objection. He said over 50 times.
Mr. Matthews.
Carlton Matthews.
And then say again, objection.
Asked and answered.
Thank you.
And I sustain the objection. Christine has been asked and answered.
There's young thug right there.
He testified over 50 times.
Ms. Pineda, have you kept up with the current technology?
No, I have not.
He
Was
hasn't.
this an old video that you performed video enhancement for?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
This is bizarre. You'd think there would be a better witness they could have drawn from. Better expert. I'm surprised that he says he just uses Photoshop. First of all, because Photoshop is a still image editing tool, he's enhancing a video. so you can take screenshots from a video and enhance them in Photoshop. But it just seems bizarre that he would that would be the only tool he uses. Let me pull up Young Thug's charges for you here. All 28 individuals named in the indictment were charged with conspiracy to violate the State Racketeer Influence and Corruption Organizations Act, or RICO, by participating in a pattern of illegal activity to obtain money and property.
Any argument on this particular witness before I go ahead and make a decision? Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir. Just very briefly on behalf of Mr. Williams, the issue before the court is whether or not he should be qualified as, if I'm correct, I think the state is moving to qualify him as a forensic video analyst. Did I get that correct?
Yes, sir. Forensic video analysis.
I would say to the court, Your Honor, based clearly upon the responses to the questions put before this witness, and in consideration of the Daubert standard and Rule 702, that this witness is clearly not qualified under that standard. I would just state the court knows the law, so I will just say that under the Daubert standard, we look towards relevance and reliability of the witness's testimony. Putting aside the relevance, that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about reliability of the technique, of the proper testimony that would be offered. And although 702 and Daubert is somewhat flexible, it's geared towards scientific validity and the principles that underlie a proposed submission, in this case, a video enhancement. We don't look towards the conclusion, we look towards the principles and the methodology.
We want to cover more as well.
We look towards whether or not there's been a testing of the experts, the proffered experts' theory. There has not been. We look for whether or not there's been publication in support of the experts' method or theory. There's no testimony that there has been any of that. We look towards, the court is advised under Daubert to look towards.
What about his education? Because that's kind of the issue for me.
He has a high school degree.
Want to talk about that, or his experience? I should say he's been doing this 30 years. So,
education and experience is factors that the court can look to as well. But and I heard the witness testify that he has testified in regards to video enhancements upwards of 50 times. Those 50 testimonies could all have been improper. They could have been wrong because the methodology has to be tested. They could all very well have been done under the Harper standard, which is no longer the law in the state of Georgia. The question before the court is whether or not this witness meets the Daubert requirements. And I would say to the court that simply looking at the responses to the questions, both on direct and on cross, or on voir dire, that he does not. That the witnesses testified that there are no protocols to the methodology used by him. He is unable to indicate whether or not his method or his methodology is generally accepted. There is no peer review. It's not just that he doesn't know if there's any peer review. There is no peer review of his methodology.
It's a pretty solid.
There is no testimony as to the error rate
counter
of his
argument
methodology.
to the offering of this guy as an expert witness.
Factors, he fails, or this witness fails in terms of being able to be qualified as an expert. Now to ask the court to deny the state's request to qualify this gentleman as an expert.
All right. Anybody wish to add to Mr. Adams? What he is, don't regurgitate, but just add if you've got anything.
Don't pile on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
On behalf of Mr. Eppinger, Your Honor, the court pointed out the education and experience in this particular case. The witness testified that he had performed almost 500 of these video analysis over 30 years. That breaks down to less than 2 per month over the past 30 years. He also testified that he does not have any formal education or no continuing education with regards to these things over the past 30 years. Those are two things that he directly testified to. He has not shown that he has the requisite experience in this particular matter to be qualified as an expert, and as such, neither the education, Your Honor. So we believe that under Daubert, he should not be qualified as an expert. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Looking at 24-7-702, testimony by expert witnesses.
Is his experience going to hold up here? That's the question. He's got 30 years experience, but no training, no
Scientific,
certifications.
technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine a fact and issue. A witness qualifies an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify thereto in the form of an opinion or otherwise. Before I forgot, state wish to be heard in terms of argument, in terms of the...
Yes, Your Honor, if the court would mind.
Sure, I don't mind. No.
I'm a YouTube expert.
Your Honor, so I want to be clear that what we're basing our request to qualify this gentleman as an expert is in the video enhancement, the forensic video enhancement, and we are just referring to that older video. The video is from 2015, so I want to start with that. Additionally, Your Honor, although Mr. Adams correctly stated to Daubert, obviously after Daubert we have Kumho Tire, and Kumho Tire explains how we can qualify these experts when they don't have, when it's not that scientific process, when it's not that straightforward. Here's a GBI witness, here's what they do, here's a scientific method. Kumho Tire provides us an avenue to qualify experts based on experience. And this is going to be something that
Let me turn her down just a little bit.
A lot about with our next witness as well.
It's going deep in the weeds here. But when we talk about these individuals, all these defendants, there's a 56-count indictment that claims that the YSL members were involved in murder, attempted murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, theft, drug dealing, carjacking, witness intimidation. And notably, the indictment portrays Thug as something of a mob boss. He's alleged to have committed multiple crimes that he's not being charged with, while Thug is not being charged for these overt acts, which include possession of methamphetamine with the intent to distribute and threatening to kill a man at a mall. They lend credence to the allegation that the collective was engaged in criminal conspiracy.
And in this case, they were qualifying a gang expert. And the court said, in light of the substantial experience that Agent Young had with respect to street gangs, we conclude that the district court was within its discretion in determining that the agent was qualified to give expert testimony. And this is something that happens a lot. The 11th Circuit, and this is another case out of the 11th Circuit, a 2015 case called United States versus Wilson. In United States versus Wilson, the court held that because a Daubert inquiry must be tied to particular facts of the case, the actual Daubert factors, the ones that Mr. Adams referenced, those Daubert factors may or may not be pertinent in assessing reliability depending on the nature of the issue, the expert's particular expertise, and the subject of the testimony. As such, a district court maintains the same kind of latitude in deciding how to test an expert's reliability and to decide whether or when special briefing or other proceedings are needed to investigate reliability, as it enjoys when it decides whether or not an expert's testimony is reliable.
Okay, but here's the thing I want you to focus on for me, Ms. Rosenwasser. That is, you're asking me to court to qualify him as a forensic video,
Seems like a stretch there.
Video analysis. He's not certified by a national accrediting body, which is something that there is an entity or an organization that does provide certification for that particular type of analysis. He has no annual training, and he hasn't been, his competency hasn't been tested. So you
can see where the judge is leaning here.
The principles and methodology are something that the court has to really look at in this case. He's got 30 years of experience, yes, but there are other things that Daubert requires me to look at in terms of a gatekeeping function. You're asking me to qualify him as a forensic examiner. That's different. If he had some of those other things, like certifications, I wouldn't have so much of a problem. Convince me that otherwise, because it looks like from looking at, under Daubert and 702, testimony is based on sufficient facts or data. The testimony is a product of reliable principles and methods.
There's an older video from 2019 that they're enhancing to try to get some detail out of whether it's identifying the vehicle or an individual on it. This expert, potential expert on the stand, has analyzed it,
of course, and it's
has zoomed in and removed noise, and
absolutely.
And we'll see what if the judge lets him in.
I'm trying to ask you, given those issues of not being certified by a national body, which there is one, no annual training, and that's just 3, and then there's no competency or testing. So tell me why I should, I should look to, and I've read Kumo. I know about Kumo. Kumo goes hand in hand. That it for the non-scientific folks, it lets the courts kind of use that gatekeeping function, because part of the gatekeeping function, am I citing Wilson versus Redmond Construction, 359 Georgia Appeals 814. It's a 2021 case, and I have to make this gatekeeping function. It requires me to act as a gatekeeper to ensure speculative and unreliable opinions don't reach the jury. As a gatekeeper, the court must do a preliminary assessment of the reasoning and methodology underlying the testimony is scientifically valid, and of whether that reasoning or methodology can properly be applied to the facts in this case. And so the trouble I have is you want me to qualify them as forensic. So forensic indicates to the court that there's some level of training, expertise, certification, peer review, or something to that effect.
So, Your Honor, I was wondering if I could amend my co-counsel's request. If we could qualify him only in the expert in the very limited field of video enhancement.
I would do that.
That's what we would like to have, Your Honor.
I would do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Adams, and I'm going to overrule your. I mean, I'll hear your issue, but I believe he is qualified in that particular area of video enhancement. But forensic, I will not qualify him in that.
Your Honor, for purposes of perfecting the record, and
yes,
on behalf of Mr. Williams, we would take exception to the court's rule in that regard. Our argument essentially would be that the same arguments in regards to Daubert and 702 that we proffered previously would apply to whether he's being qualified as a forensic analyst or a video enhancer. And we believe that the statements and the evidence that's been put forth so far do not meet the requirements of Daubert or 702, even under this newly proffered expertise.
Well, I'll
thank you, Carol.
Professionally disagree with you. I think that from the court's listening to his testimony, Mr. Pineda's testimony.
As far as Sarah Boone, we're waiting. We are not getting a live stream. So we're trying to get some updates right now, and I have not got any yet. So we believe the hearing may be in progress at this time. So we're just waiting to hear what happens here.
Certainly he followed that in this particular case. I think that would be helpful to the jury in this particular matter. So he's not, it's different than being a forensic, because then, forensic, I should say, video analysis. So I'll respectfully overrule or note your objection for the record.
And ask for a continued objection, of course.
All right.
And on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, who's directly affected by this evidence as well, we will join in Mr. Adams' argument and adopt all of his arguments.
Okay, if you're not...
That was a Me Too,
Mr.
if I've ever seen
it.
it.
Favor yesterday, okay? Unless there's something else, then I'm going to assume that everybody's going to have the same objection or same.
There's
basis,
so many
okay?
defendants in this case.
And continuing objection.
We are still waiting for a sentencing.
Yes,
jury
Shaw.
just passed 9-hour mark of deliberation in the Texas versus Dean.
Yes.
I understand the court's ruling, but it's still, his methodology has not been tested. And that's the additional thing that I would add. It hasn't been tested, it hasn't been peer reviewed, hasn't been tested. We have no idea whether or not his methodology, the way that he does it.
Under Kumu, have you taken a look at Kumu Tire?
I did, Judge.
526 U.S. 137, 1999. Okay, and that allows the court to look at other factors for non-scientific, and this is non-scientific. It's more so It's more so like not like chemistry, biology, physics, that kind of thing that can be tested, that can be that there's either a right or a wrong answer. So I'm required under Kumu to go ahead and at least if I can look at the other factors in terms of the subject matter of his testimony and expertise, reliability. I'll note your objection for the record, okay? All right.
So the judge is going to let it in.
Kumo tire doesn't apply here. This is scientific analysis that he is doing. I don't understand what can be more scientific than using Fourier transforms, discrete cosine transforms. You're taking it into a different domain.
No, you are. You are, because you're adding things that haven't been testified to.
He testified that he doesn't know.
Okay, and that goes to weight and sufficiency. In terms of
the judge is going to let the jury decide if they believe
I have a gatekeeping function.
the quality of his enhancement.
Besides
He's going to let this in, I
you're
think.
welcome on cross to take him to task on any of that.
But your gatekeeping function ensures that
Judge is going to slap him down.
that doesn't follow reliable, established standards doesn't get in front of the jury. And this gentleman, while he's been doing it for a long time, is not following the methodology that's established in this industry. He's using his own method.
Dauber factors, I'm quoting out of Kumu, Dauber factors do not constitute a definite checklist or test, and a gatekeeping inquiry must be tied to particular facts. So, particular facts are, he enhances, he blows this thing up into divides it into 4 parts, and he can testify about that. You're welcome to go ahead, and he's been doing that for 30 years, and certainly the types of videography has changed over that particular period of time.
He's going to put an end to all these
That's
protests.
what he's going to testify to.
But this case is the young thug. There's a gentleman on the stand who's been trying to be accepted as an expert witness in video enhancement.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. All right, Mr. Johnson, anything else?
That's bizarre. So this is
with regards to the determination that this is such a scientific matter that it assists the jury, his testimony will assist the jury. He has testified that he uses nothing more than Photoshop, which is a product that is sold to the common public and can be used by anybody. So understanding that Photoshop does not need to be bolstered by his designation as an expert in this particular case. And also, the fact that him saying he's been doing this 30 years should not carry weight given the fact that he's using technology that has not even existed for maybe 10 to 15 years, which he testified that he only uses maybe twice a month based on his own. So based on those things.
And he's been qualified 50 times in, or actually in DeKalb, Fulton, Cobb, and Gwinnett, so, and Fulton. So, all right. Thank you,
the
Mr.
precedent
Johnson.
is what's going
Thank
to really
you.
let this
All right,
gentleman
Mr.
in.
Anything, sir?
Yeah, John, Sudi Chalakiman, on behalf of Mr. Dorsey, just we respectfully disagree, Your Honor, and just saying that as he testified, any layperson could do this. We do have an objection as to him being labeled an expert. It will be, again, bolstering. They can just present him as a witness, as the technician, that enhance the video, and explain to the jury what he actually did, not that he has an expertise in that, and not that it's something any different than their investigator or even an intern could have done. So just wanted to say that, Your Honor, that any layperson could do what he's doing, and that is what distinguishes an expert. Thank you.
The problem with this court is they have so many people, so many players here, that they have microphones everywhere, and the audio guys have some auto gain turned on. So when it's quiet, the system tries to.
One more thing. What about the issue of somebody?
Tries to elevate the sound.
Photoshop he used Photoshop in this particular case, didn't he?
Your Honor, could I ask him?
Mr. Pineda, did you use what program or
software
did you use to enhance the video in this case?
Photoshop.
Photoshop. He did. All right. So what's to say that, as Mr. Suri mentioned already, about anybody else being able to use Photoshop?
Your Honor, my understanding from...
Because I don't need to designate him as an expert for him to testify.
Absolutely. When we went to qualifying, we wanted to do this out of essentially an abundance of caution to ensure that maybe the jury would want to know how that these were enhanced, and we thought that he would be able to explain that based on his years of testimony and experience.
Jury's still deliberating.
My understanding is that based on his
over 9
experience,
hours.
my understanding to the answer to the question where he mentioned that anyone could do this, it was not only that anyone could use Photoshop, but anyone who knows how to use Photoshop and learns over a period of years how to enhance better on it. But should the court wish to find he is only admissible as a lay witness, we'll put in the videos through him as a lay witness. That's fine too.
They just want the video in. Because you can't, once you see the video, you can't unring the bell. The jury will see something, they'll be told what it is, and they'll be like, yeah, I can see that, or no, I can't see that.
Mr. Jimenez, you convinced me. I do believe that given the fact that this is a readily available program, Photoshop, and that anybody with a varying level of skill and practice can do that, I won't qualify him as an expert. I'm just going to let him testify as a layperson for the above mentioned reasons, okay? All right?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's, we'll call him as a lay witness.
That's fine. All right. Mr. Pineda, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you as a witness. Appreciate your patience with us. And the state will call you, or that's will call you.
We'll call you if we need you.
You might get a call from Mr. Menez over here.
Mr. Menez.
But that's a separate issue, okay? And make sure he pays you. All right.
Make sure he pays you.
But please don't discuss the testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right. Thank you, sir.
Josh, we don't know for a fact that there's no video for the Sarah Boone trial. We do know, Amber's been keeping me up to date, that the judge took on a couple add-on cases this morning. It's possible those went a little long. So we're keeping an eye out for anything that comes out of 13th Circuit
those who are interested,
court down there in Florida.
Take up your next witness, you have the other witness, Mr.
So far, there's no live feed.
Investigator Hall.
We haven't seen any updates on the paperwork and the filings or anything. So we're just sort of in a holding pattern.
Just a second.
But this Menendez, whatever his name was, this defense attorney, he tries to add on to the prosecution's proposal to swear him, to have him accepted as an expert witness, to say, can we also have him accepted as an expert translator, because he does that as well on the side. And that was just like a side remark. They don't need him to do any translating. But the judge's like, if he does that, you have to pay him.
Related to
subpoena him and everything.
Mr. Stillwell's motion to dismiss.
Your Honor, we are not ready on that right now. We can be ready for that immediately after Investigator Hall's testimony.
How come he's not here? I thought you all said you're gonna have him available.
We can make him if Your Honor can give me 10 minutes, I can get everybody down to do that hearing.
That's fine. Let me give you 10 minutes. I have to. There's something else I need. Unrelated court business. I need to take up. So let me go ahead and deal with Mr. Stillwell next, and then we'll start on Mr. Hall probably this afternoon. But let's go ahead and get Mr. Stillwell done first, okay? So we're going to recess about 15 minutes, and we'll go ahead and.
Can we keep Investigator Hall here, Your Honor?
Hang tight, hang tight, hang tight.
Everyone's rattling their chains, getting anxious.
Have him come back for 1 o'clock, please, madam. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, we're in recess.
Okay, that is bizarre. I know we're waiting here. Those of you that are waiting for Sarah Boone, what's happening is we're in a holding pattern. We don't know. We haven't got any live feeds available out of the trial. She was scheduled for a 10:45 a.m. hearing with a status hearing with Judge Wayne C. Wooten, and we're just holding to see what's happening at this point. We're not sure if we're going to get a camera out of that hearing. If we're not going to sure if we're going to be able to see that. So far, we don't have any feeds available. None of the news stations in the area are carrying it. It's possible because of the add-on cases that the judge took on this morning that he just hasn't got to that case, and he'll call it later on. So we'll have to just watch and see. So far, the motion to withdraw, I don't see a response from the judge on that one. Let's see. There's no order on the motion to withdraw as we've had on previous ones. So we're waiting for either an order to show up in the docket events on the case, or possibly a live stream where we can see what happens. Because her attorney has asked for to be let off the case. He says, "I'm done. We have irreconcilable differences, and I can't proceed." With all the tats, they should have no problem identifying them on any video. All that argument for nothing. Why didn't they just start that way? No one really wants his opinion or anything. Just get the video in. Yeah, Patricia, I don't think the video is a piece of evidence, a hard evidence. And once the jury sees it, I think they'll accept it, because they can see it. They can see what's happening. It's not going to be. It's not. I'm guessing it's not going to be like the body cam in the Dean case, where we had an expert that tries to tell us what different pixels as the shading changes, you know, that this is their arm, this is an object in their hands type thing. I don't think it's going to be like that. I think it's going to be much more clear cut. Don't call us, we'll call you. Yeah. They're going to let it in, though. I wonder if this is a black mark on his record. So next time he gets sworn in as an expert witness, a wise defense attorney might say, is it true that last time you were sworn in as a tried to swear you in as an expert witness, you're not accepted and only were able to testify as a layperson? Did anyone see Thug's face? He was smiling at first, thinking evidence would be kicked out, and then quickly turned when the evidence stayed in. Ninth Circuit, Division 20. Let's see. Which one did I say? Did I say 13th? See, where's Wooten on here? There's still nothing out of there, out of Orange County. This might be a keeper case to follow the young thug. It's going to be bizarre with so many lawyers in there. How intimidating would that be for the DA, right? Every time you present something, you've got, 15 different defense teams that are going to challenge it. When the judge calls recess, I instinctively run outside to be the first in line for the monkey bars. The prosecutor said, we just want to get the video in. Who cares, right? As you were saying. Yeah, exactly. The video is the key piece they wanted. They don't care if it's expert or whatever. They did aim high, but they got the piece they wanted in. Multiple mics are ripe for a hot mic moment. They are. I think there's a master control they're being pretty good at controlling, but there's a good chance we might hear something we're not supposed to hear in this trial if we follow it. Let's see. He was like the YouTuber taught expert in the extreme skier trial. That was the best. It's like, how do you get your experience? Well, I watched some videos on YouTube. How many prosecutors are there against all 15 of those? I only saw like 3 or 4 prosecutors, but there might be more on the team that just aren't here at this hearing for the purposes of what they're doing today. It's a big case. It's a RICO case, so I'm sure they've got like a full team, but I think they're outnumbered still. 9 hours and 17 minutes of deliberations in the Dean case with the jury. The longer they go, as law and crime, Kathy Russin was tweeting just a few minutes ago, she feels that maybe this is a sign that they're people that are far apart on the answer. They can't reach a compromise. Maybe some that want 20 years and some that want probation, and somewhere in the middle is no good. So it may be leaning towards a hung jury at this point. I think there's a special award they give stenographers in cases like this, and it's equivalent to like the what's that award they give out in Switzerland, the Nobel Prize. Why shouldn't we be able to hear everything? I'm confused. Lisa, each court has different rules, but typically the information in court is not allowed to be broadcast unless we're on the record. So if the judge is not in the courtroom, they turn off the microphones because they're not on the record at that time. But the judge can also rule that things can happen off the record or on the record, but outside the presence of the public, as they take up legal matters and sensitive subjects and things. So it just varies on the case. Sometimes we don't get to hear everything. Obviously, we're not supposed to be able to hear the communications between a counsel and their client. So we should not hear that, although oftentimes we do hear some of the whispered discussion. We're also not supposed to hear the discussions between the DAs and defense attorneys as they're discussing, different matters of the case. So they try to turn off the microphones for that, but often we get that as well. Lisa says he won't get probation. He's going to serve time. Talking about Dean. Only if the jury can come to a unanimous decision. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that. Anything on Boone? Jackie, not yet. We're waiting. The judge had a couple cases added onto his trial docket this morning. Amber, thank you for that information, by the way. And so we're waiting. We're not sure if it's been called yet. Let's see. Let me see his dockets here. See if I can get anything out of Sharice Hall. That's the assistant. Orange County Courthouse, courtroom 6D is where it's supposed to be held. You want to watch that video? That's the bad one. It's got all the bad words in it, and it's also the toughest one to watch. Give me just a second here. We could pull up. Let's see. Let me pull up a different one. Okay, I'll play this video because we haven't played this one yet on the channel. Give me just 1 minute here to pull it up, and I'll warn you. This is the video that Sarah Boone shot of George in the suitcase. This is the video that was recovered off her phone. This is going to be evidence in court. And it's disturbing. It has some pretty strong language in it. You can tell. I want to listen to her voice and decide if she was possibly a little bit intoxicated at the time, because I think you get the sound that she's slurring her words just a little bit. But this was the evidence. This is the video they showed her during the interrogation that she did not remember filming. So let's go here. There we go. So give me just a minute. Let's play this, and you guys tell me what you think of this. I'm not getting the audio through. There it is.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
Sarah. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real ransom. Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real ransom. Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what Sarah. I feel like when you drink on me. Sarah. Fuck you. Breathe, Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Sarah.
That was one of two videos she took. She also took a photograph, I believe, in between the two videos. The videos were taken 11 minutes apart. That's her. That's her voice. That's her holding the phone. There was no one else. She's already told us there was no one else in the house. She definitely, to me, she sounds like she is drunk. It doesn't sound like hide and seek. That doesn't sound like hide and seek to me. Yeah, this is pretty rough. And here she's her defense is that it's not intentional, that this was a game that they were playing, that this is how they talk to each other when they're playing a game. And yeah, it's bad. There are two videos. There are two videos of this, and then you also got the situation where in the videos, in one video, the suitcase is flipped the other direction. So she's clearly been maneuvering that. There's no way he would be able to roll that around on his own from the inside. And then he has the injuries to his head and his face, blunt trauma injuries, according to the affidavit, arrest affidavit, that could either, we know that there was a baseball bat right near the suitcase or in that general area that supposedly belonged to her son. We don't know if that was involved at all. We also know that the suitcase was kept upstairs and is now downstairs. So both of those factors may come into play as the jury tries to determine what happened and how he got the injuries that he has. The other good video is when the exhausted husband showed up and was talking to police, or the ex-husband, sorry. I don't know where exhausted came from. Yeah, that video, we know from the affidavit, he showed up, saw him dead, said, "You need to call the cops." He walked out and he wouldn't go back in. And yeah, that game went too far. I don't think it was a game. I think this was planned. Last I knew, you don't win hide and seek by the other people dying. Yeah, that's how I remember playing it as a kid too. If she denies being drunk up on the stand, my jaw will drop. Lisa, I think she's changed her story. That was initially her story, that she wasn't drunk. I don't know if she thought that it would be better if she said that, because I mean they've already got the receipts from the 2 bottles of wine that were purchased and the empty bottles in the house. You know, they have all the evidence. They know that where it was purchased from Publix. They may even have video from Publix of who showed up and purchased the wine, if it was her or George. They've got all sorts of evidence, and they know what happened. But I think she let him go downstairs in the suitcase. I believe so as well. Let's see. She went upstairs and went to bed, but she didn't go to sleep for half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour. And I think the intent the state has to prove, all they have to do is prove that she intentionally went upstairs. Because the video proves that she knows the situation he was in, and that intentionally going upstairs is all the evidence they need to get her with manslaughter, or sorry, second-degree murder. Let's see. If we want, we can pull up the interrogation video. Let's see here. We need a poll. Who in this chat has ever played hide and seek with their significant other? What sort of hide and seek? Are you talking about the way Sarah plays, or the traditional method that we all know as a kid? Randy, she's in jail, so whatever sentence she gets, she's probably going to get time served for the 3 years she's been in there. She's being held without bond right now, and all we know right now is she's very upset because her lawyer hasn't been talking to her, and the lawyer now wants off the case. He's been assigned since early July, and just yesterday he announced that he wants the judge to let him go because they have irreconcilable differences, and he can't continue to represent her. This would be number 6 who would be quitting. Bella, I think it was planned. And I don't know how far in advance it was planned, but I think it was planned out at least a day in advance. Yeah, the ex-husband, they share a kid. We know that, all we know is his name is Lucas. And so they communicated. He actually lived very, very close by, which is probably convenient for the custody exchanges. But let's see. She does not want to be called drunk. Would it help her if they said she was drunk? I don't believe, Molly. I don't believe being drunk is a excuse. It's not a mitigating factor in this case. Basically, she willingly got drunk, and that's when she, so she's culpable for what she did when she was drunk. What's the update on Boone? We haven't heard yet. I'm watching the docket right now to see if anything gets filed. Let's see, one more second here. This cold is kicking my butt, if you can't tell. Going through a box of tissues off screen here. I have to sit on my luggage to get it to close. I wonder if she had to do the same. Possibly. I do think he willingly got in. I will say that. Or at least most of the way in. I don't think she'll defend herself, but she needs to get an attorney that's willing to do it. Yeah, I believe that's right, MB. But in this case, it was more intentional. There was thought involved. She intentionally put him in the suitcase, and the average person would assume that he was in a dangerous position, especially in knowing that he had saying he couldn't breathe and telling her, he can't get out, he wants to get out, please, type thing. That to me seems that that she should know that he probably wasn't able to breathe. Head cold is a killer. I've taken some Dayquil on this one, but it's just still sticking around. I'd be shocked if she didn't take the stand. Yes, Jenny, I actually bet someone a mug. One of my I have to turn on my camera so you can see it. My True Crime Addict mugs. That if this goes to trial, if she doesn't take the stand, I owe him a mug. So we'll see. It has cold hot chocolate in it now. Probably need a refill. Sarah was investigated for putting a kid in a suitcase and put it on social media. Right, Mike, and it came up in the trial, or not in the trial, in the interrogation. The interrogator said to her, "You wouldn't put your son in the suitcase, would you?" And she was like, "Never. I'd never do that." So it was interesting. I think they knew that. Aaron says, "Dumb comment." Was that one I made? Because I do make some dumb ones. Let me know. How do you force someone into a suitcase? I think you got in willingly. Right. I believe he was very drunk. I believe the toxicology report, when it comes back, will show that. And that probably plays into how he got in the situation he was in. Jenny, the kid in the suitcase thing, I don't believe there was any charges related to that. somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. She has other prior charges and cases that involve domestic abuse between her and George as well, where I believe they both have prior convictions, as the relationship was pretty rocky back and forth. Oh, not me. Oh, good, thank you. I appreciate that. It's Dumb and Dumber. So let's keep an eye out here. We're trying to see if anything's going to happen on the Dean case. At this point, I'm almost expecting that we have a hung jury announcement. Now, for those that are following the Idaho murders trial as well, Law and Crime is tweeting out that the Moscow police investigating an abandoned Hyundai Elantra found in Eugene, Oregon with no license plates in the Idaho murder probe. You can take the license plates off, but there are other ways to identify a vehicle. Let's see. Still nothing. The last we heard, the jury came out yesterday and wanted to see the general orders for the police department, which are basically instructions for police officers on how to go about their business day to day, and also the body cam footage. Just ongoing deliberations. They found the Elantra. MB, there is a white Elantra that they're investigating. Looked like about 14 minutes ago, Law and Crime tweeted that out. Looks like they have the scoop on that as well. So they might be the only source for that information right now. They have license plates you can change while you're driving. James Bond stuff, pretty cool. I always thought about it as a kid, couldn't you just have like a rotating license plate that changed your license plate, so you have the stolen plate showing when you commit the crime, and then as you're driving away you rotate it to your other plate. Not that I would ever commit a crime, but I just thought that a criminal would do something like that. It seems like a simple enough thing to set up. Case closed. Jake, I love your sense of humor. Tina, saying some notes on the docket here. It looks like they're updating. The status hearing got moved to the 22nd, so 2 more days, got pushed out just a little bit. I see that just appeared. There are some court minutes that have not yet been filed, so it's possible those minutes might appear once the document's filed. Previous court minutes have been visible. They have shown up, and they're not sealed. When it comes to the docket regarding Sarah Boone, the status of the documents are either public, locked like VOR, or confidential, sealed, or request pending, and almost all of them are public. Florida is very open with these sort of documents, so we should be able to, Tina, hopefully just see what those minutes are just as soon as they get scanned in and uploaded to the system. So I'll keep an eye on that, and that might tell us a little bit about what happened today, because they should have the court minutes have today's timestamp on them, and it might just be that a new hearing was scheduled for whatever reason. See, Amber saying the judge ran over too long from the other cases and problem with transport for Sarah Boone to and from the jail, so moved it out 2 days. That sounds pretty accurate. Thank you, Amber. Great information as always. So that's where we're going to leave it for Sarah Boone then. So we don't have anything left for today. We could go back and look at some of
I'm
this
tired. Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, "Oh, you went upstairs and passed out," you were like, "No, I did not pass out." You got attitude with me because you were thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your wits about you. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
That's her favorite word.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys were within your wits. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't. There's receipts for the
They were
savings
both
back there.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know
At
how
Publix.
you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
So one
There's
was.
2 Publix receipts from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I mean, there's receipts, so it's not even worth the...
It's like we have the evidence. You don't even need to answer. We know you're lying.
So I don't know what you guys are... I don't know. We were just hoping that we could figure out why you...
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation. Wow.
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes. That's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
Not maliciously, though.
So you guys think that I intentionally...
You did. You
It
got up
doesn't matter
off the couch
it doesn't
and
matter
walked
what
up
we
the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drug you up there. You didn't float up damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
Why is that not fair?
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open. No, he
Did he?
couldn't. The video
No.
shows him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I tell you, he can't breathe.
You guys are entrapping
If
me.
someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So, but
If
why
they-
would he
start doing it? Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped. Okay.
Didn't see it.
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
Okay, that's interesting. That I intentionally did not
It all the
do.
way.
As she's saying, like, as opposed to the other things that I intentionally
He
did
nor
do.
I. Well, he's dead as a result
Lay
of your
hands
action.
on each other.
He is dead as a result
I
of your
understand
action.
that. That's why
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't.
I'm
Whatever
not
is,
injured.
whatever it
He
is.
does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
Well,
Where else
what
is he
about
gonna
when
go?
you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
really? Like,
It's
really?
the exact same
Really,
thing.
you're gonna go there?
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because
So
he
nothing
and I
happened to
have
you.
not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to
No.
jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he
It is possible.
completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his.
This was the day after.
So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuser.
Wait, let me check. Let me look at the
Because I have
affidavit here
never
again.
dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it.
Listen
and
to
I
this.
always know what to do and how to do it.
I always know what to do. What do I?
This, I
don't
don't
know
know.
what to
so
say.
I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
She
We
was
are simply trying to find out as well.
she was arrested on the 25th
We
of
got
February.
one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find
So this is
stuff
the day
that
after he
negates what
died.
you're telling us.
He died on
And I don't
the
even remember
24th. They were at the house.
You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we
So this
saw
is
in
the
video
morning
and
after,
repeating
the
what
day
you
after
told
the
us.
morning he was found dead.
Because I don't remember that.
Okay. Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
I'm blaming the wine.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's the what?
Do you hear that? This whole time this is going on.
No.
Let's see. Where's
You guys are
this whole time this is going on? The lady there on that's doing the interrogation, she's getting text messages, and every time she gets one, she's like, "What's that? Is the texting thing something about me?" It looks like Sarah pushed the comment down. You killed George. That's what's going on. Yeah, that's what they're basically saying, trying to get her to confess to it. Who was it that was asking about this? Let's see, right up here. Patty. Patty says, interrogation experts are highly critical of this interrogation of Sarah Boone. It didn't seem like a clean interrogation, just from tactics. Having been in this situation, being interrogated myself, it didn't seem very clean, and the two interrogators didn't always seem to be on the same page, stepping over each other, asking questions. They did, trying to get her to swear that everything she said was true at the very end. Like they forgot that type thing, and they tried to get it in. It seemed weird. But tell me more. What do you think, Patty, specifically about this that's questionable? And if I missed your answer here, let me know, because there's got a lot of stuff here. She's practically perfect, just like Mary Poppins. She's amazing. Let's see. Right, they've got enough evidence that it's... I mean, they could have arrested her without her coming in and telling them anything. Oh, who was this one? Casey Anthony. Yes. Jose Baez, her attorney. That was amazing. She's a talker, and they were doing too much talking. Let her talk. That's evidence they won't get otherwise. Yeah, they got, in this interrogation, Douglas, they did get the information from her that she contradicted her statements about being drunk and things like that. And they got her to admit that she was the only one in the house with George, and no one else was there, and things like that. They got some important information. Douglas, I have to ask you, though, the earthquake this morning, was that up in your neck of the woods on the coast there? And how did you feel that? Let's see. She also casually forgot to tell her parents she wasn't going to graduate high school day before her graduation. Her parents still had a graduation party for her. That's because she excels at everything she does. That's why. They did play a little loose in this one. How do you do that? Right-click their name or something? Ed, what's your question? How do you make someone's name appear? If you start typing my name, like the @ symbol and Recovery Addict in chat, in the chat window, the name will be a prompt up above it. You can click on that, and it will plug it in. You can do that with pretty much anyone in chat that way. RA has the voice for interrogating. I can see telling him everything. Jake, yeah, lay down on my couch and we'll talk here. Today I don't have the voice. The cold is really working me over. But most days I've got the voice. The interview with the behavior panel is on this SB Discord site. At one time, Detective's gun was in reach of Sarah Boone. I do believe he stood close to her and was turned away or something like that. The guns are usually in a retention type holster that that make it difficult to draw unless you're the person wearing the holster. Not impossible, but difficult. And it's sort of supposed to prevent somebody else from drawing your firearm or being able to. A lot of times there might be a button on the outside that you have to push, and it's difficult to do from a different angle. Let me check the docket here, see if the notes have been updated on this case as well. Court minutes have not been updated yet. Let's see. Behavior experts said they could have gotten a confession from her. She was on the verge to confess. They didn't ask the right questions nor follow-up questions when she said something. Yeah, but if she confessed, we probably wouldn't have the court case to watch, right? It was a cheap Chardonnay. Earthquake as well south of you. Douglas, that's good to know. I know you've got a great view up there on the cliffs next to the ocean, so it worries me when there's a big earthquake there. Starting to type their name doesn't work for everyone. It doesn't work for me. That's why I don't like long screen names. Too hard to type all the time. I'm sorry, little miss. All my devices it does work on, but then I'm an Apple guy, and it's like the internet with training wheels. Everything just works. I think the lady investigator is trying to agitate with a fake cough. She had no cough when they made the arrest at her house. Yeah, that's annoying, and she never covers it. She's just like full on right in Sarah's face, just cough, cough, cough. Steve says the white Elantra might be the one you saw for sale in Kentucky. Well, Steve, the Elantra they're looking for in the years, I think it was 2011 through 2013, and this is related to the Moscow murders, the 4 college students up in Idaho. In that case, the number of cars they have to really sort through is about 20,000 vehicles. Those are the years, all the vehicles that were produced in that color in those years. And so they've got a lot of homework to dig through that. And so there's a chance that could be the car, but there's a lot of other cars as well that would fit in that same window. So Anne, I'm okay with them not nailing her down in this interrogation. Needed a tissue desperately. Let's see. I'm okay with them not nailing her down in this interrogation because they have so much evidence against her already. And they did get her to talk and contradict herself and change her story a little bit. So I'm good with what happened. Yeah, they could have probably done better and got a confession, which would save the state a lot of money and time. But they didn't mess it up. It's not like this is going to get thrown out and not be presented at trial. Yeah, the okay, I didn't mean to is pretty much her whole defense, Mr. Upper Torso. It was a box wine. Bring a metal detector, she'd confess. We're coming up on 10 hours of deliberations for the Dean trial. We might have a hung jury for sentence, which I'm sort of hoping we get that, because I'd love to hear the judge issue the Allen order, the Allen charge to the jury, trying to get them to break that deadlock. Ann says spicy maple bourbon pickles on a turkey sandwich is so good. I believe that you are correct, Ann. Maybe we all have to have that today. As Ann has mentioned, I'm a big fan of spicy maple bourbon pickles. If you like pickles of any sort, you will probably love these ones. I like what the interviewers are doing by not attacking together. They create 2 separate entities that Sarah has to convince of her nonsense. Much harder than just one person. Right, and Christian, you sort of see that, because at one point, one or the other leaves the room briefly, and you see Sarah focus on just that person, and try to start engaging and just doing a one-on-one, and that was interesting to watch. I don't think they really got anything out of that, which they might have done had they let it go a little longer, but it was interesting to watch. These are the lessons, life lessons from Douglas. 1, don't date women with lots of luggage. 2, wine is not your friend. And 3, always carry a pocket knife. These 3 things could have made all the difference for George. Bite me, that Dr. Pepper. I hope they tested it. I wonder what was in it. Should we play a little more of the interview here?
Scaring me, so like I don't know.
You're
like
scaring
what
me,
to
guys.
expect. I mean, I had questions of things that needed to be taken care of. Like I don't.
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in the bag.
That's crossed my mind.
Saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
She's forcing the knowledge into his head. Know that.
Up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol.
So
Not,
alcohol
again,
is the reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
Sit down.
Please sit down.
you all, listen,
She's like, I want to go home now.
I did not intentionally.
Okay, so what happens when you
Kill
get
him.
2 knots? I did not intentionally kill him.
I don't know what it is I need to do or how to do it or what to say or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows everything that I've done for George and love him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm going to snap? Is that what it, while we're in a good place right now?
You did.
Yes. Absolutely.
This is
I
what
got you on
happened.
video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which
when
was
you're
however long
cheating
ago.
on me. You said
The
it.
video was from last night.
Clearly,
So it wasn't
Still
that,
inside yet.
yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But you
But
did.
that's after being playful
But no one's
and
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's
I would hate to see
having
a
a good
bad
day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Nor will I ever be.
Or are you a
She's
different
never
person
gonna be
when
that.
you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well,
Because you're sober now.
She
so
made George
sober
happy and better
you-
and made him fit in a suitcase,
What about drunk
apparently.
you?
not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else was
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him,
Okay. You just zipped them in the bag.
nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did.
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put them upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down
Yeah.
because the
Oh my
What,
gosh.
you put the
See,
stuff
and that's the
in where his
unfortunate
body was?
That's the unfortunate
Was
thing
upside
too, is
down.
nobody else was there. That's the
We have a
unfortunate
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had to been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to flip it
I'm
there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this.
Final word here.
I did not intentionally do this. No malicious content or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would
I'm
say
the point of
does
the
that
video.
help you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
Last
But
night,
you're not
I
sleeping.
maybe got an hour.
Right.
In your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very...
You don't talk to people
Obvious.
like that. That's not like a common, like,
Nope.
hey, Scott, fuck you.
Thank
That's
you.
not,
Was she
that's
talking
not
to me?
common. It's not something people do.
Hang on, was she
And
talking
no
to me?
one
I'm going to
sees
rewind
that
that just a
is gonna
second.
think that. Okay. So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is.
Thank
That's not people like that. That's not like a common like.
Nope.
Okay, I think she's talking to me here. Because who else she's talking to? Listen.
Hey, Scott, fuck you.
Yeah, wow, I think that was directed to me. I really think it was.
That's not common. It's not something people do.
How rude.
And no one that sees that is gonna think that. Okay. So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
I don't like her
There's
anymore.
no maliciousness towards
Okay.
that.
I would probably be telling myself that too
My
after that video.
intent,
That's what she said.
was not for that to happen.
I don't think anyone there
When
is
you
named
went
Scott.
upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know. Whichever.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's
Regardless.
that's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs. No one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you
I can't
wait
play that
for
one a
him.
lot.
Who cares
I
if
don't.
it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking
I don't. I don't use that language on my show very much. It was part of this, so I allowed it. But I can't stand by that. That would be awful. I think we just found our new Good Morning RA greeting. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Beep. She's wearing a pickle green blouse just to shove it in your face. The detective name is Scott. Okay, that I feel a little bit better. The gentleman in the fuchsia shirt, but she did. I think she was looking at me. It was like at the camera. How dare she? Let's see. Female investigator is trying to tick her off. Man. She's used to being able to BS her way out of trouble, and I believe that's correct. And she gets in a situation where she can't anymore. Sorry, Denise. I thought it was funny when I heard that as it came through. I didn't realize the other detective's name is Scott, so that does change everything. I thought she was somehow had seen me through the camera lens, 3 years in the future, watching the video, and was speaking to me across the space-time continuum. Go swoon at Matthew Harris Law. He's a resident lawyer. Please visit this channel. Yes, please do. If you like any law videos and want to see a lawyer give you some great advice in a very humorous way as well, Matthew Harris channel is the place to do it. Matthew's a great friend of the channel, and he's here to, every time he can when he's not working in court or working on something, he pops in here and shares information and insight, and it's so wonderful to have him here. I didn't hear her say pickle boy. Right, she's getting to that. If the other investigator hadn't interrupted her, she probably would have continued the tirade against me. Okay, let's see where this goes though with this conversation.
in seconds. He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave him.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It
This
doesn't
whole
matter.
thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
She's starting to put things together in her
lying,
head.
and you're now changing
Who's
your
lying
story.
about what?
You're now you were drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
You did.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left him down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right. Okay. But you want to admit
I've told
that
you
were
both
drunk.
things.
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life.
Yes.
I will take
and
this.
George's.
I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely.
You will take this. It has changed your
You're
life.
trying to dance around the fact that
So,
you
but what
did
are you?
leave
Okay,
him there.
just
You left him in there. You did trying to
Oh my
Oh
dance around the
gosh,
fact
this
that
is-
you left him in there.
this is not.
You didn't leave him
it's
in
not.
there?
It's not cool. Like this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That it.
He's dead. It's
but
not
you
cool.
think that I did that intentionally? You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's going to get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging, saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, but you have to, y'all
Please
don't,
let me out. I can't
y'all
breathe.
don't know George, though. Like, again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
Really?
Okay, so this is the line of questioning with her son, and there's some allegations that she apparently put her son in a suitcase and filmed it on a social media thing or something. And I don't know the facts around that. It's interesting that that's in there because they bring this up in the interrogation.
It's not a big deal. I'm just a question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
And you zipped
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened.
Yes, we are going to watch the Aaron Dean
I don't know.
as soon as it comes in.
That's exactly what happened.
We're waiting for that right now.
So, are you all trying to have me admit that? Like,
Yes.
Are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact because that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him.
She killed him out of love.
To this day, still.
Maybe that's what she's trying to say.
Love him.
And can I have the ring back?
It doesn't do, it's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what, I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him.
It's pretty much
I would do
a lost
anything
cause
for
right
him.
now.
Well, you gave up checking up on him.
Wouldn't let him out of a suitcase.
He would have let him out of the suitcase.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a laughing matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
All
video.
day, all
Not
day.
by that video. That
All
part
day.
wasn't. Anybody looking at it doesn't. I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you don't know me.
Nope.
Would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son.
I don't know.
Like,
having
why-
a 9-year-old son would be.
Like,
Why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
When
Oh, she
because
knows.
You should be more concerned about what you've told us.
It's because
And
like you guys
The
are
fact
like
that George is
trying.
dead.
the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you've now
Like,
told
what
us
is
here
opposite?
today.
We've
Well,
passed
then
10 hours of
it's fine.
deliberation in the Dean trial.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well, I
Because you're screaming at him. He's
am
begging
not
to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming to me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. At all. Ever.
Okay. Are you still going to allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it.
Go for it. Okay, cool. All right,
What they're talking about doing the fingernails, they didn't do scraping of her fingernails at the time at the crime scene. They had, I'm not sure if they forgot or whatever, so they brought in an evidence technician to collect the scrapings from both of her hands. This would be for looking for DNA, for George's DNA, especially, that she's testified that the scratch marks on his back were from her, and that was from an amorous encounter with him. But they're gonna do that as well. And if there's, if there's blood or something, I guess that would be. I don't know what that would prove. They're not trying to. It's not like we're trying to link her to a crime scene. We already know, we've got her confession that she was the only one there. That's not in question. So I don't think the fingernail scraping is really going to be crucial in the case.
I'm going to get that set up. Do you need any more water?
Okay,
No,
so
but when you come back and
the lady that
I'll
yelled at
tell
me
it.
is going to leave the room here for a minute. And let's see what the other investigator says here. Look how
So what?
she turns to him and says, like,
don't
okay,
understand.
one-on-one. Let's figure this out.
So it
I don't
wasn't,
understand how your story changes so much to the
how
fact
is
that
it changing? Please help me explain, understand.
You went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing, and it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
when you're
didn't think
answering
so.
them.
Like, just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
it's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
I was going to say that.
For one of us, it didn't end well.
I can't explain to you how horrific it was
Okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's going to happen? Like,
here's what gets me though.
This is funny. As we get
you don't remember taking videos. You don't know where he is. You don't remember him being in the suitcase.
as we go along here, she can't say that she's guilty, but she wants to know what happens if they treat her as if she's guilty. She wants to know what comes next, right? And so her line of question is funny because she asks these questions where she doesn't really complete the sentence. She's like, so what happens? So with me and that, what's the? It's very awkward, but at the same time, she can't bring herself to say, so if I'm charged with his murder type thing, what's the situation?
And you're still telling me that you had your wits about you.
How
does somebody have their wits about them when?
See, that's the thing too. But you can
Love the
clearly
clapping.
tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
Yes, we can tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis. And
Oh
you were
my
screaming at
gosh.
him
Right.
regularly.
Was it the neighbors?
Right.
Which one?
Really?
Right. Talk to the property
Really?
manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the one that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many?
Oh my
You had two neighbors you
gosh.
went to and asked to go
See,
use the
that is
restroom.
just
and
not
you said,
fair.
No, hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom, and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
No, okay. Kim and Kim is not a nice person.
Okay.
She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use a restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're
I don't
like
think so.
super standoffish all the time.
Let me look at the
My
time when
neighbors
this
down the street,
happened.
Down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like, go over there and try over there.
There's two bathrooms.
I
So
wouldn't
both
let
are
somebody go
bathrooms?
upstairs and use my personal bathroom. That's what the
Really?
downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Or somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen, and there's stuff in the bathroom, and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way, no problem. And of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're families. And nonetheless, if you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting.
I hope this doesn't get him in trouble, but he's not a legal citizen.
They didn't want to be involved.
So looking at the arrest affidavit here again, just to give you the timeline. So the let's see, deceased George was found dead declared dead at 13:07 hours on February 24th. The following day is when they're doing this interrogation, and we know that he had been in the suitcase for about 11 hours. So she was drunk, allegedly, 11 hours before he was found dead, and then the following day. So I don't think, unless she had been drinking again the next morning, that she was drunk for this, and there was no indicator that she was. Her voice is not slurred like it was in the video, things like that. But so I don't think she was legally drunk during this intoxication. Or she wasn't intoxicated during this interrogation.
No, I was asking last night because, we had several different people in the
Assuming
neighborhood
that
come up saying
Eli
that
and
she was
Kim.
drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim. Okay. Did you ask Vinny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no.
No, she said no. Okay. And like I said, she's not a nice person.
She's not a nice person. She won't let us use the bathroom.
Who's coming?
To do the fingernails.
You said that we could.
Okay, here's her shopping list. Let's see if we can get to.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So don't think that it's.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Just make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
My phone.
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Nope. Also no.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do
fine.
our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now, too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did to him.
Okay, so let me address this question here first, Marie. What do you think her best defense is? I think her best defense, meaning the best thing she can do to have the lightest sentence, is to plead guilty. I honestly do. I think when there's so much evidence, fighting it is just going to frustrate the jury, and they're going to throw the book at you. I think her best defense right now might be to plead guilty.
Which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that. Is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to
We're not
agree to
making
anything that
assumptions.
you're saying. I'm not, that you're...
So, his probation officer,
Mm-hmm.
do you all inform her, or do I need to call her?
We don't need to.
Why is she worried about who calls the parole officer to say that he's dead? Is that you or me? Are these the questions you would ask if your significant other died under suspicious circumstances where you were the only other person present 24 hours ago?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
He's
No,
not on
but
probation
it's
anymore.
because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling. We don't.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery
For example?
intervention.
Yeah, we
Something
don't
else I
have
was
to
just
call
getting ready to
him.
ask.
You can just
So-
stop going to those.
Other than this, so initially what
Here's the question.
was the
Other
cause
than
of
this,
death? She
let me
is
back
still
up just here.
So initially,
Backed up just a
other
bit.
than this,
The video.
so initially what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been because of him being in the suitcase? Or y'all are saying that I physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that.
I'm not going to say any more on this one. I've already dug myself deep enough. Next on the list?
So,
What's
I
next?
don't know if you all know how to do this, because so that's what I was going to get ready to ask you. So, are you all updating his parents today, or when you get the final whatevers?
What does it matter what we tell his parents? What do you mean?
Because
We're gonna talk with them.
Yeah.
okay,
I mean, I have to
but it's
tell-
going to come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
She can't get herself
But
to
I'm
say.
not, so what is it you would tell them?
Are you going to tell him I
We're
killed
gonna
him?
give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise,
here's
scratch,
the thing.
and
Here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing
Was
to
it
do.
yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did we not meet yesterday?
She's
So now the question.
answer the
really?
question.
Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I ask you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of...
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
It'll be up to them to make their arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
His body can't even be released, so...
I've been there with parents, grandparents, aunt and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that
Mostly a
I'm not supposed
lawyer.
to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then
It'll be released to
to
the next of kin.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not getting
I
it,
bought it for him.
That is a civil issue.
so you can sue him
As
for
long
it.
as it goes to them, they're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back.
So I won't get that back. She has one kid. Yes, she does. She's had a 9-year-old. I think he's 12 now.
So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swabs of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
FDLE.
FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They do their testing.
So, and then, like, whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Correct.
Necktie
Why would
with
you guys,
blood?
oh, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat.
The baseball bat. Oh, you'll see the baseball bat.
And the receipt. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and
She was here voluntarily at this point, but they're not going to let her leave.
unfortunately.
So, what's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about, like, in the long run. Like, what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something, or, like...
I can't tell you, like, what to do.
I mean, like, so, like, for... Like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like... Because it makes it sound like, to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional.
Yep.
I'm being accused of it.
Yes.
And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't
Mostly
want
just
to
the
be
one
at
thing.
home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay.
I understand
So...
We're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So, is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing.
Her questions get really
I've done
vague
the
here.
whole attorney thing. I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George,
I'm not going to tell you that.
that's
Like,
not
we know.
the situation, but it's trying to depend on me.
Okay.
That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking what the next step is other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking?
It helps to not do
I'm
it.
trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, I
I
guess, stick
wouldn't-
up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. Like, so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
Until all the
And
neighbors
again,
forget that I
if
killed
you don't mind
George.
me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, it's...
Bad.
Is that what you're going to tell them? Like, his parents? It's like, oh, yeah, and by the way, she did.
She did what?
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're gonna tell the parents.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know. I'm not saying we're going to go. I'm not saying that we're going to go and tell them every single thing we have. But again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office, that's public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not, you're making it sound like we're going to tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation.
No.
So, let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot
What are we gonna tell them?
But we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even.
Right, so
it's,
you want me to, like, tell you exactly what I'm going to tell them. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay, so at this point, I think the investigators are pretty much done. They might try a couple more questions, but at this point, they're just trying to see if she'll say something. They've sort of gone the rounds with her. They've got the information they need. They know that she's not going to confess. She says it's not intentionally. She's gone over and over that. They have enough to keep her in custody. They're basically just stalling until the lady comes and takes the swabs. But at the same time, they don't want her to know that she's in custody yet. So they wait until the last moment to tell her she's not free to go. So they want to see, what she does if something else comes out.
Just like you don't know why you went upstairs. I don't know what I'm going to tell them.
So,
Parents that are dealing with
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is an open line.
So now, Scott, the fuchsia shirt, leaves. And let's see how she turns and faces here. Now just one person.
I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you,
This is Florida.
on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means.
Watch her guzzle this water. Hang on one sec.
I hope you take that to heart. Please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
It's going to be after the trial.
I just said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit
There's the water. Chug, 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 chug.
got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not
Just
technically
as
my
one.
laptop, it's Lucas's laptop.
Okay.
But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, that should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Does Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, that he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping.
I can see this being like exactly how they go, Ed.
It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway.
Which means there's probably something on the laptop. That's what I heard her say.
So you will keep me posted, like updated. That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
They're like, there's no figuring out. We know what's going to happen next.
Like, I don't know what to tell you, though. Like, what?
But you all have more information than I do, where it's like, yeah, you might want to, or yeah, you might want to.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what? Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from
Like, hold on, I'm drinking.
But that, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad. Like, which I swore in my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself.
Okay.
Going forward with this, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas in the house?
I think we've already both told you that we would be mindful of any situations.
So at this point, she really thinks she's leaving, that she'll be going home here. Not home, because she's waiting for that to blow over.
You guys, I guess you're going to call me tomorrow? Or do we need to come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time.
We'll chat with you next time.
I have no idea when I'm going to call you next.
Isn't the report coming out tomorrow?
No.
Our report.
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then...
No, I'm talking about his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but...
She's looking at him again tomorrow.
Yeah.
But she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
Douglas, I don't think she would have gotten away with it if she lawyered up. You still would have had her phone seized, the laptop seized, the suitcase, all the evidence around there. You'd still have the evidence of the injuries on his body. You'd have the neighbors saying they heard something go thump, 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 like it was rolling down the stairs. You'd still have that, and that video that she took of him would still be in evidence. They would have got a search warrant and they would have grabbed it. And so I think she wouldn't have gotten away that way, but she did sort of dig herself in a deeper hole here with how she handled this.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now?
Oh, you're done. For sure. The lawyer wants off the case because it says there are irreconcilable differences that have come up between him, his client, and his family. And we don't know what that is. It might be the phone calls that she says she's making daily to him on his personal cell phone, but she's not answering. It might be the letters that she's writing to him, because we know that that she's written one letter that she copied the judge on, but she says she's written 4 letters in another letter to the judge. So it's possible that she is involving his family somehow, trying to reach him, and that might be the irreconcilable difference. But we don't know yet if the judge is going to allow this attorney to, if he's going to grant the motion to withdraw. So we'll see it as the hearing goes forward, which now is on the 22nd, so it'll be later this week. Come on back. Where are we at? There we go.
How long does this stuff take to get back?
The
Most
FGLE
of that
results?
you won't get back. The swabs and stuff will.
Most of that you won't get back.
But I'll know about it?
Sorry. Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone, and I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
Still no update on the Aaron Dean trial as the jury is deliberating.
I hope you really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
Is this when she talks about the punishment, how her suffering that she's been through already, not being able to sleep for one night is enough punishment, and that should just be sufficient?
But my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too, I know.
No, just
answer the question.
What would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know
Never-
why. You
never-
just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
Okay, so how do we know that her hearing date was moved? If you go on the Orange County Clerk of Courts and you search for, on the record search, so you search for her case, which is 2022-CF-002603-A-0, or -O, sorry. That is her case number. It pulls up a docket of events. In that docket, it has everything that's happened from the beginning, from the arrest affidavit all the way forward, everything that's been filed. And today, when she was scheduled for a hearing at 10:45 today, that hearing was on the schedule. Then also today was added, instead of that, there was court minutes added, and then another hearing appeared, a status hearing, a second status hearing in 2 days. And as well, we've got some other information that the judge had a couple cases that were added to his docket this morning, and they probably ran long, and they had issues, for what I'm hearing, issues bringing Sarah Boone from jail over to here. So because of all that, it got pushed for a couple days, so we'll have that later this week.
Feeding and penning.
Yes, she did waive Miranda. She was fully informed and proceeded anyway. And she did both interviews.
The fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Like you said, you don't know me.
Okay. Yes. Let's see. Jimmy King, what happened in case of a hung jury in the Aaron Dean trial? If the jury is hung at this phase, the sentencing phase, there will be a retrial of just the sentencing phase. He's already been found guilty by a jury, and that will stand. But there would be a new jury impaneled, and they would go back through the witnesses for the sentencing phase, and then the jury would go out and deliberate on that. Let's see. Yes, Lucy, you're correct. The trial date is still on the docket for the 30th of January. The 22nd is a status hearing, just like today was a status hearing, which apparently didn't happen. And that status hearing is basically the judge talking to both sides saying, hey, where are we at? Are you guys ready to proceed? Any issues? Are we moving forward? Is the 30th still a good date? There might be, how many days are you guys thinking? They're just trying to nail down what's the progress and are we moving forward? Are we on schedule? But now we're going to have that in 2 days instead. She thinks she's going. She's got her bag all packed.
What time is it, please?
4:46.
She still doesn't know she's not free to go. She's going to find out here in just a minute. Hang on, we've got something in law and crime. What's happening here? Oh, no, man, they just did a special. Still showing 10 hours, 38 sentence.
in itself for me to have to live with.
Oh, this is the good part. Hang on. So law and crime is still just showing another video. It's not, we don't have any action yet.
Punishment enough.
This is the part. I'm going to go back and hear this part again.
In itself for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough.
It's punishment enough that she has to live with, you know, the memory of trying to get him out of the suitcase. That should be enough. We should just call it quits. Even Stevens here.
I think that's why I haven't slept. Because that's all I see.
It's been one night.
So that right there says something. Not my intention.
Still waiting for that evidence tech. Andy, this is the very same. This is Sarah Boone. But you have to realize that she didn't intentionally leave him in the suitcase.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Nonetheless.
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 Punishment in itself.
That should be the punishment right there. The jury finds that you have to live without him as a punishment.
Definitely a tragic situation.
I'm through with alcohol.
Never going to drink again.
And it's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
A stupid little thing like George dying. So unfortunate.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Nonetheless. I love this nonetheless. She uses funny words.
His daughters, too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
Making a comment. I mean,
CSI, that was there yesterday. I think she took your photos.
Love that shirt. We need to make some forensic shirts. True crime forensic shirts. Thank you, Melody. I see my phone's blowing up here. I'll check the burner phone real quick. Oh, my goodness. This is a very thorough swabbing they do here. It's going to take some time.
Swab and go around on one hand and then do the separate one for your other hand. Okay.
Hey, Melody, where do we find that? Melody's saying that there's some information the jury may have asked basically what's on the menu for dinner in the Aaron Dean trial, which would not surprise me in the slightest, but just trying to find that source. Where's the sweet and sassy message about Dean? Let's see here. Jury has finished lunch. According to court reporter, the WFAA jury has requested dinner menu. Looks like it's going to be sometime. Yeah, that's okay. That's just they're in here for the long haul. 7. We did see that they found that white Hyundai abandoned in Oregon. No plates, front end damage. That's an interesting development. It's not necessarily connected, but it's at least in the region. And it matches a suspicious vehicle, so maybe this will give them a little more information. Sarah's manicure continues here. She's never going to drink again. She's sworn off alcohol. Thanks for the information, Sweet and Sassy. I think you were first on that one. Appreciate that. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I got lost watching the video. Very much appreciate the updates. We've had a couple polls on the verdict. None today. Basically, most of us have decided we were probably between the 2 to 8 years range of in the sentence, and we're not really sure on probation or incarceration. But it sounds like the jury has got a wider spread than that because they're still deliberating. I do think this swab should have been done the previous day. I think it was a mistake to wait this long to do it. This is Admiralty Court, and we'll cover subject matter jurisdiction in just a little bit on a globe. Someone remind the jury it's Christmas. We'll find out of a deadlock as soon as the judge does, basically, CG. They're going to send a note to the jury, or the jury would send a note. If they determine they can't make progress, they can't move forward, they can't come to an agreement, they'll send a note through the bailiff to the judge. The judge will call them in and say, hey, you're saying you're deadlocked. I'm going to issue this Allen charge, which is basically I'm ordering you to go back and try again and try to find a consensus. He can't order them to change their mind. He can't order one to say, you need to let go of that thing you hold dear to and agree with the others. But he's going to say, go back and try again, look at it again, see if you can find a unanimous decision. And if they can't, then that's when we get a mistrial. So if we do a forensic shirt, would it be green or would it be black? Because depending on the camera, this one angle looks black and the other angle looks green. Maybe we should offer it in both colors. Okay, so now she's about to find out that it's not time to go home. that Lucas is not going to be getting a ride from her to school.
Okay, I'm done with all these. Okay, Sarah. So, you're not free to go. Okay. You promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
Listen to how she answers this.
What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember how I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so he raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which
True
everything?
and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you've said
told
today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
Because
That's how
anytime
you
we talk
swear.
to somebody, we want to assure that everything that we've talked about is,
True and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
it's not a trick question,
To the best of my knowledge?
to the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Yes, that it was not intentional. That's the answer they took.
Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall, put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
Why is this
Because
happening?
George is dead.
Not intentionally.
He's not.
He's still dead.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't
Someone
really
needs to
understand
call
that.
Brian, please.
Okay.
Brian's the
Or can I not make
ex-husband
a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call
from the jail.
down to the jail.
So
You'll
why
be
is this
afforded-
happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not
No,
a trick.
not
How's
a
it a
trick.
trick? I'm in here to ask you to explain a few things to us, and
You were read your rights.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
I have to go through that.
Doesn't matter. He's still dead. Do me a favor.
Miranda was at the very beginning default subscriber, and that was on video.
Really, guys?
Really.
Really.
So if I didn't show up,
She's like, I could have got out. Could have got
why
away.
is this happening?
Because
Before y'all said I could leave.
when
That I was done after this, after that.
we were done, yes.
We're done.
Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is,
We are done.
right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian.
okay.
Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home.
That's
This
the
was
sad
not
part.
my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
All right, no.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
Not right now, no. You'll be afforded a time in court. You'll be afforded an attorney. You'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that, though?
3 years.
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first appearance probably by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there.
Okay, so Ginger said, why would her ex-husband give a crap about her? According to this interrogation, she's staying with her ex-husband while this all blows over at her apartment until, the neighbors, until it dies down. The hubbub about, George dying and the suitcase and everything. Once that blows over, she's planning on going back and living in the house, apparently. So I don't know what the relationship was between her and her ex-husband. They clearly have some sort of connection. He came when she called the morning that George was dead. They obviously they have a child together, and so there's a custody that's shared between them. But it's fascinating.
I
had a
don't
sneaky
work in
suspicion
the...
this was going to happen. And I need water, like, really bad, please.
Sit. She's giving him the eye. She tricked me.
Absolutely.
You all tricked me down here.
Absolutely did not.
I just got those.
Those are cigarettes. They're taken out of her bag.
They are not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes if I go.
The other investigators going through the bag, just inventorying it and getting rid of the contraband.
And what am I supposed to do with my car?
So you find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones. You'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get booked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
But how
area.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I probably would say within the hour. It's a free phone
Yes?
call
Yeah.
in the lobby. It's a free
All
phone
I'm
call.
doing is bringing you there, sign
Yep.
this paper, and you're going to do it.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I going to be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. And you'll be left there for
Can
a
you
while.
request that while I'm there?
No, that's not up to us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as like he's saying, is if you don't
If
act
you
up.
go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
Why would
cursing
I
at
do
people,
that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bay?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack on those little things.
Let them know.
Yep.
Go ahead, stand up.
I imagine from a prison perspective, she's probably a very good prisoner. Her image is very important to her on a public level, and so I imagine she probably is really good at following rules and everything, and they haven't had any problems with her. That's my guess. But on a personal level, it's the interactions with her lawyer and the judge and things like that. I think that's when the personality comes up. That's just like really hard to deal with.
Here's my purse. Oh, sorry.
Your purse is going to come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put the lock up too. My bad.
Oh, no, it's all good. Mine are the opposite, so.
This is a hard way to quit smoking, but it
What
works.
made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this.
Uh-huh.
George is dead.
You guys, I knew this was going to happen.
You did? Okay.
So I came
Well,
down
we
here
gave-
willingly.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
Unintentionally.
Well, intentional or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything.
I need to get, I have my, I don't know if it's able to be or not.
They need your oil, then. I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to.
Put your purse like that.
What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It's panic attack stuff.
Well, again, when you get checked in, you're going to be seeing a nurse,
Turn around now.
and that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy, and that you will be afforded to see somebody. Okay?
All done?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
Yeah.
My bad.
No.
All right. So that's the end of that one. So between that and the only thing we haven't played today is the first interview that happened at the crime scene. And if you guys really want that, we can do that. That way we can cover everything that happens. As a matter of fact, I think it's right here. This is the officer. We'll get audio here in just a minute. We've got body cam footage of her responding to the crime scene. The fire department's already there. The ex-husband's already been called. He's said you need to call the police. So the police have responded. The fire department responded. They're in there. They're at the crime scene. This is the officer who's showing up to work the issue, I believe. And any second now we'll get audio because usually it comes on about 30 seconds after the recording starts. So they start that early just so we can capture all this. Pulling into the apartment complex. Runs the stop sign. She says unintentionally all the times. It was so many times. Still no audio yet. Just waiting for the recording to kick on. There it is. Now we got audio.
Pull one of these spots just so we can get out of there.
Yep.
It's signal 7, so it's going to be turned over to you guys.
Yep.
So this is basically they basically said, hey, this is a murder investigation. Okay, it's going to be a murder investigation. Pull your car in so we get the fire truck out because it's a little complex right there.
He was last seen last night, so.
You could get all your guys out of there.
What's that?
You could get everyone out of
Wrapping
there.
up getting info. You got to report on to see all your names and stuff.
Oh yes, thank you.
It's the cleanest trunk I've ever seen in a police car. Usually they're chock full of gear and stuff. Get some gloves. I'm going to suit up here. This is her go bag. She's going to ask some questions.
Who pronounced?
Jury's been deliberating for 11 hours. We're still watching that, so nothing yet.
Did you call it? What time did you call it?
Okay, so there's Sarah. So when she says, did you call it? What time did you call it? They're talking about when they call the fact that he's dead. So for the death certificate, that's when they declare him dead. They said, did you call it? What time did you call it? And that's what they're filling out here. And Sarah is right here. And watch the questions she asks and what she does. It just seems a little bizarre. Something like from the very get-go, something's not right.
You live here? Yes. Okay, I'll talk to you. We gotta get some information from
I
the
know.
fire
That's
department.
the property manager. I don't know if I should go tell him really quick or just so he
We'll take
knows
care of
what's going
that.
on.
Where is he at?
And he wants that way.
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay?
I had a cigarette lit.
I'll get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay?
I hate those beeps.
I really need something to drink.
Okay,
I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter.
Okay, we'll take care of you. Give me 1 second.
Her speech is not slurred here. It's very quick and deliberate, but it looks like she's had a rough night.
Put the time that you called it. You got the time you called it? Okay, perfect. You can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is
See you, Sweet and Sassy. Thanks so much for...
Like 3.5 years.
What happened?
He and I, we drank last night. We had a.
Can you pass this to the around to the FD guys? Stop. They need to sign that for sure.
They're with me, so they're not.
Oh, they're not leaving? Okay.
I think I'll walk around.
No. Each of them has to. So this might be a real.
Yeah, Sweet and Sassy, thank you so much. I'm sorry I missed your comment.
I just put everybody.
You were the first with the information. I appreciate you being here.
What's going on?
So
I just got here, so fill me in.
No problem. Like, he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together.
You are putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, taking stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night.
Okay. Fine.
So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase, okay?
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No. I called him over here.
Okay.
Before I called
didn't know what to
911.
do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. I tried giving him CPR. The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning, when I found him.
Before you called?
Yes.
Yes.
It's 1 o'clock right now.
I tried.
It's
I was
1
awake,
o'clock.
but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband? Or
Yes.
your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay.
The emotion turns on and off so quickly with her.
And who zipped him up in
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what
I
happened.
fell asleep, so I don't know if he he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what?
What kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
You
that I
didn't take
know
any
of.
medicine
No,
last night?
no.
No medicine.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that happened.
Okay, okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And
All morning.
then I called him.
CPR all morning.
Did you start probably give me a rough ballpark? Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am
Hold on,
so
one
cotton
second,
mouth right
one
now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with this, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I'm
Appreciate
out.
it. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can't talk to him until we get done. Okay, let me talk to him real quick.
Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. Just give us a second, okay?
Somebody else on that call operation.
It's on the counter.
I can't remove anything from out of the house.
Bravo, but
Thirsty, like, I'm
Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal
I
with,
need
right? Sit.
Ma'am,
I don't.
water. Just water.
I can get you some water, okay? Just I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me.
generator call.
I need, please, I need water.
Okay, I'll get some for you. 222 Charlie, put you on it.
I've already bet that she is going to testify. Against her lawyer's wishes.
Okay, so you don't live here in this house?
No. I live down in Lake Renata.
He's like, I have no part of this.
So kind of tell me how you came here today, or...
Well, I had been calling.
Come down here, we gotta talk.
I've been calling since.
You've been calling your ex-wife or current wife?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Ex-wife. We've
Okay.
been divorced about a year and a half.
It's like best decision of my life right there.
Find out this is supposed to be her day.
Okay.
She's generally not very good about always doing it. She tends to drink.
They called back and said she was still there, or she came back.
So I was calling to find out if she was going to be getting him or not today.
From school.
So hang on.
Yes.
Did he just say?
Like 11:30.
Did he just say she had something to drink? She has a bit of a problem there or something. Let me go back here really quickly.
Drink.
Okay.
She's generally not very good about always doing it. She
Tends to drink. She has a bit of a problem there.
So I was
Okay.
calling to find out if she was going to be getting him or not today.
From school?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I started calling like 11:30, called every half hour or so, and then finally got a hold of her at 12:49.
The lawn care in the background.
She told me
This is great.
what was going on and if I'd come over here, so I came over.
She called at 12:45.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 12:49.
12:49.
Got over here, told her she need to call 911, get somebody over here, and then basically she said she needed to go outside, have a drink and a cigarette. I walked back out the house because I didn't really want to
Who
be
called?
in there.
Did you call or did she call?
Well, I called. She called me back when I was on my way to make sure I was coming over. But I called her
Give me 1
initially.
second, okay?
But I called her
Do
initially.
you have water in your car by any chance?
I don't.
Nobody has water for her.
Nothing?
No,
Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay, so she called, you get over here.
Well,
and,
I called her first.
Okay.
Trying to find out if she's going to get Lucas. That's what she told me everything's going on. I got my stuff together, put the puppy up.
Okay, did you hear that? I called her first, trying to see if she was going to pick up Lucas. That's when she told me everything that was going on. So according to him, he called saying, "Hey, how about the kid? We're exchanging Lucas today." And she's like, "Yeah, about that. George is dead. Not sure what to do. Come on over."
When I was starting to drive over here is when she called me to make sure I was coming, and then I got over here right after
Did you
that.
go inside and see and then?
I walked inside the front. I didn't see the little front tile area.
Come on, step this way.
I saw legs.
I saw legs.
I didn't really want to be in there around it, so I told her.
Well,
I was
just
going
for
to
the
come
sake of the
outside.
crime scene, I want to know if I were to find your footprint, it would be because you went this far into the house. So did you actually make entry
I don't
past
think
the threshold?
I don't think I ever made it to the carpet. I think
Okay.
it was just in that. I've been over here before.
Right,
so,
right,
I mean,
right. Yeah.
But no, I don't think I stepped past
You
that
did- okay.
tile area.
Okay, so,
I don't think. I touched doorknob. I don't think I touched anything in the kitchen. I don't know if that really matters.
yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much the gist of what you have. Well, sit tight for us. We're going to make a few phone calls, and then we'll go from there. Do you
Okay,
know if
that's
he
fine.
has any medical issues, or?
I don't.
Okay, but you've met him before?
I've met him before, yes.
Okay.
Yes, they've got a whole fun history.
Oh, really?
Fun history.
Oh, yeah, you guys have called over here quite a few times.
For the two of them?
Yeah, he's been arrested like, I think 5 times for domestic violence against her. So.
Really?
5 times
Okay,
for
I'm not
domestic
familiar
violence
with
against
it.
her.
I haven't been here personally. So they have
He's currently on parole because of it. So.
Because of domestic violence with her?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Last
that's
time
good to
he
know.
got whatever it's called, like retrial something or other. He had to go to a domestic violence class.
Okay.
I know he was doing it, a parole officer, stuff like that. But I mean, like every time she had him arrested, the next day she was trying to get him bailed out of jail. So I don't know what it is.
A sad circle there.
Probably going to pass out on us. Okay. Well, listen, please do me a favor. Tight.
Oh, no.
I'll make a few
Not
phone
a problem.
calls.
I mean,
Where does your kid need to be picked up?
Lakeline Elementary.
How soon, though?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
I
Okay.
normally leave out.
Let me try and get this going for you because I know you need that.
Okay, so that's Brian. We just got to meet Brian right there. Now we're going to get to see a little bit more from Sarah here in just a minute.
Martinez.
This is muted here where they're talking about somebody that's unrelated. Just trying to get a pen that works. Crossing something off. Okay, here we go.
I'll go ahead and start
I
making
don't know what
calls.
she's doing in the bushes
Can you
there.
go ahead and give me his last name, Torres? Spell it for me.
It's blurred so you can't see into the house because he's on the floor just inside the door.
Jorge.
We got a little bit more. This will be the last one.
His birthday? 2/13/78. And this is the boyfriend? Yes. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it. B-O-O-N-E. First name? Sarah. S-A-R-A-H. Birth date? 10/10/77. So, you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine.
Putting puzzles together, doing artwork.
Doing puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine and then decided to play hide and seek. So he
What
gets,
time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30.
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least.
This is the closest I've ever been to Sarah Boone,
I fell asleep.
sharing a corner of the video
Forgetting
here.
that he was
So
in
you
the
guys were
suitcase.
playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right
When
where
you got
it
in
is.
it? Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought he would be funny, a little
It
joke?
was. We both were laughing about it.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Totally forgetting.
And then you came back downstairs?
This morning? Or this
around
afternoon, yes, when I got up.
ballpark, what time?
12:30-ish.
This morning
I
when I
was
woke up at
awake,
12:30.
but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been going through. Jobs.
Yeah, he did tell me. some
Life,
domestic
all that
stuff.
good stuff. So.
Jobs.
I
No,
just
not
totally
jobs.
You
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About
And he
what time
gurgled.
this morning
Like he
did you
gurgled.
start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon
The
because
afternoon?
I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase, and he wasn't moving. Nothing was happening, so I unzipped him, took him out, and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And air was coming out, and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR. You were doing that on your own?
Yes. Okay. And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical. He doesn't take any medication.
I don't know. Like, I don't know medical wise. Like, what I know, he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Okay.
The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had something to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay. All right. Cheers. I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can
you.
I have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah. Go.
She's drinking from the faucet.
1303 Island Bay Drive. I'll do what I can to get you a cup because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
Yeah, Lucy. Those are going to be hard to explain.
Cups are like right there.
Okay. Sit right here. Don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh,
now.
I won't.
Okay?
I won't. But can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope. All of it. It's secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just cut, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your
Maybe my Dr. Pepper, cigarettes. It's going to be blurred. We don't see what's in the house. She comes back out. She is so in trouble.
Want to talk over here?
This part's muted. She said a lot of stuff. She said way too much on tape. It's probably better. Safer that way. That was a conversation with another police officer. That's going to be muted out. And it's going to beep again once we come back over here. It's going to be loud.
After we got divorced.
It's still Boone. Okay.
Yeah,
And then your first name?
Brian, B-R-I-A-N.
B-R-I-A-N. And your date of birth?
5/27/75.
And your child is in school right now. He's not here with you.
No. He's
okay.
in school.
He's in school. How old is he?
This will be a fun one to explain. He is 9. He's third grade.
This will be a fun thing to explain.
Something like this. Okay. Sixth grade, you said?
Third grade.
Third grade.
9.
Third grade. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So sit tight for us. I'm sorry it's so hot. Maybe the middle of that would be a good spot to stand. So we'll take it from there.
I haven't seen that yet on that report, Katrina. But I know there was some doubt as to whether or not she really did the CPR that she said she did. I'll say whatever you want if I can drink a warm Dr. Pepper.
Want to do this now? Did we get that dog by any chance?
He's sleeping under the...
Oh, poor thing. So your backyard's not fenced? Okay. Because we put him in the backyard and I guess he knew to...
I'm sorry?
Your dog, we thought the backyard was fenced.
The dogs are outside?
No. We have them contained.
The dog
One's
died.
deaf and one's blind.
Okay.
That's why I was making sure they were under the table.
Nope, that's yours.
She was more upset about the dog possibly dying, I think, than anything else.
Get the instructions on what to do next. You got some water, good, okay.
Can I please just have a cigarette? They're on the back porch.
Not right now, we can't have you go and get anything. Why don't you sit in the shade? You're okay right there? Or maybe a little closer here where the shade is?
You're still on?
Yeah. Are you?
Yeah.
When he says you still on, yeah, or you, they're talking about body cams. So we know there's at least one other body cam
silence, I said 220. I was leaving Econ 50. Just gonna go get me a sub. And then I said, well.
Oh, she said dogs outside. She was more upset about that than George being dead.
We can't let you guys communicate right now. I know, that's what I was asking. Ask for one. You want me to get a cigarette from him and bring it to you? That's okay. I could probably do that.
So now the officer's on a cigarette run.
Thank you. No problem.
I was going to have him arrange childcare.
Okay, good. For the child in school or the street. Okay.
Is my name on there yet?
No, sir, it's not.
Everyone's name goes on the report.
I need to get her on there too, and him.
All the people that are present.
So they're en route already, probably?
Did anybody call him?
No, you want me to call?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were calling. All right, let me get homicide.
She did fail. She completely got distracted. Doing a little paperwork. Courtney, I've heard that. I don't think there was any legal. I mean, the Child Protective Services (CPS) might have been involved, but I don't think there was any charges filed in relation to that one. Smoke it early when you're behind bars. Yep. It's rough enough going to jail, but going to jail and quitting smoking at the same time would be a tough gig. I think they forgot to call the coroner. That's why they're waiting. She's like, oh, I thought you were going to call. I'll call. Okay, so maybe that's what she just took care of.
It's natural. You're nervous. You have your anxiety. You're scared, right?
I don't know how to explain it to you.
It's okay. You don't have to.
I don't know how to. I'm just waiting for whoever, so.
I could tell you this. I'm going to be here just as long as you are. Including my...
She said, when I leave, you're leaving with me.
I'm welcoming this breeze right now. It's kind of warm. All right? So just bear with us.
I know.
All right?
If you could, like, give me whatever updates or anything that you know of, that's just how I work, so I know, like, kind of what...
Well, let me look at my computer, see.
What update does she want? You just looked at the computer?
We already got a detective on his way. He's on the screen. Okay. No, ella quiere lavarse las manos con...
She talks a lot.
Honey, that's my corporal. Let me pick it up.
Okay, so detectives on the scene. This is the lady who did the interrogation. I think she's wearing the same clothes. No, I think she wore a green shirt, huh? But this is one of the ladies who did the interrogation video. So this is obviously the day before that interrogation. And there's the other detective, Scott, as we know his name is. So they're just getting the rundown of the situation as they are briefed on it. Did the police see the guy talking about George dead on the floor? Yes, they did. Those parts have been clipped out of the body cam. When they released it, they redacted those parts. Why do you think the lawyers keep dropping? What specifically do you assume the conflict of interest is? Heather, I think they...
Sarah, you get enough water? No,
I
if you
think they
wanna
can't
stay seated,
stand the way
don't. I
she
don't want
works
you
with
getting
them.
lightheaded.
How she attacks them,
Remember I
or
said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go
needs,
from there.
it's constant hand
You know what
holding.
I'm saying?
They're like, I can't
They're
do that.
here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
Yes, it's the one who cussed at me. Chelsea.
Scott. To my understanding, you reside here? Yes. Okay. Is it just you, and
George.
Okay.
You and George, but now it's just you.
Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives, or it's 50-50? Yeah. Okay. So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys...
12:30ish, yeah.
Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then...
Was your son home at the time, or...
No.
Okay.
No, with my... with Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play... We're just stupid like that. Like, sure. We were putting puzzles together, we were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek, just being stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to dip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when this afternoon when I actually got up out of the bed, I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop because he was being really quiet. But then I came downstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning?
It was afternoon. I mean, I was awake.
Or this afternoon?
But I just didn't want to come downstairs. So I just laid in the bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs and was confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I started to try to do CPR on him. I called you guys. Well, I called Brian.
Okay.
And then
I think she said I pulled him out and stretched him out there. Did I hear that right?
I called you guys. I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I started to try to
I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I tried to do CPR on him.
Okay. And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
And the person on the phone had me do the concussions continually still and count with him until you guys showed up.
Okay. And, so as a part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Yes. Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and...
Whatever you need to do.
Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, I'm sorry, George, is he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know, like...
That was going to be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or...?
Well, I'm going to say, like, okay, I guess normal drinking is, like, we will have, like, a glass of wine or two, like, while we're cooking dinner. Sure. We'll here, and we'll play a board game with him, and all the games are in there. But, I mean, it's not, like...
A couple of beers a day?
Well, but I don't understand, though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, if that had anything to even do with it. Like, I don't know if he had a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or what happened to him. I don't know.
And were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes, his body's still in the house at this point.
Apartment yesterday?
I think he drove up to the convenience store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But I mean, you could walk there.
Does he have any history of consuming drugs? I know he doesn't now, because you said he doesn't, but...
I don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never...
They don't need a warrant now. She's given them permission to do whatever they need in the property to search the whole house.
He grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know like a whole lot of.
Maybe the aneurysm would be like, that's why he didn't let himself out, because he had an aneurysm. Of course, you know, you'd have to discount the video that she took.
He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
A reasonable person would try that.
Really bad argument at one point, and he had to have facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that, and then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or
Yeah,
the doctor?
both.
The surgery I think was at this point what 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep.
Is it normally stored down there? Did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start putting some of the, what do you call it, donations in there. So that's why.
That's why it's out?
Yes.
Okay. You guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away
I
laughing?
both were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
Okay. But what position was he in when you put him when he went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up, and he just kind of bent over?
Okay, so like this is.
We showed that video earlier, Suzanne, in the same live stream.
Like this was his head, and then his knees right here, and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side.
Yes.
Yes. You just closed the flap and zipped it around
Yes.
him. Okay.
I believe we were playing.
Understandably. Okay.
Understandably, that's not how I played hide and seek, but
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
We're not going anywhere. We're gonna
I'm
be here
just
for a
telling you,
while.
like,
Yeah, this is gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am
Why
afraid
is that?
for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
That's
So
why
no one's gonna know
No.
until we will be making that notification. So
They're gonna
it's
kill me.
okay.
Do
Well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will
scared.
we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here. Okay.
And
When we
my
leave.
9-year-old.
see you on the globe. Thanks for
He's
being
at
here.
school, or he's with your husband.
I know. Well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom. Probably. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go inside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but you guys just keep me posted.
Of
So I
course.
know what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question or you need to talk to us. He's standing right there. She'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me that
Nancy, yes.
you won't
He had
call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling. We're not making.
he
phone
he
calls.
had
We're actually gonna
a cut on his lip and some blunt force damage to his head, as well as a scratch on his neck and scratches on his back.
They're going to kill me.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave. Okay.
This was.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
We're going to put you somewhere where we can check on you regularly, like every couple hours. So yes, she's on her 6th public defender right now, but she might be on her 7th because her 6th one is just requested yesterday to be released off this case. He filed a motion to withdraw. We'll probably find out if that motion is accepted, if that's granted by the judge, in 2 days, because they moved the hearing that was supposed to be today to the 22nd instead. Here she is. She's walking over here, just wants to know more. She can't stay away. And the trial is scheduled to start on January 30th. I'm not sure if it's going to happen or not, with her lawyer possibly, as Lucy's got here, possibly the lawyer being withdrawing. That will definitely put a delay in it.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to talk. Come on. Yeah.
We don't know anything though, like why or how? So we will not know the answer to that because we're not doctors. So what's going to happen is he's going to go to the medical examiner's office and he'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah. That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I could say how, why.
So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple?
Oh, that's normal when someone passes away. Lividity, turn.
As soon as the heart stops beating, the blood starts to settle to the lowest points of the body. And then it just becomes very pronounced. So that's just called a public vision. It happens every night.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Look around. You have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do.
It's plenty of time to run.
Okay? And we can talk about that more in length, but yeah, it's not going to be a surprise.
Real quick, and then,
We can go over why the lawyers dropped in just a second,
totally,
Andy.
Like, not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like, hey.
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical examiner looks at it. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out to the scene. Yeah, his age, no real medical history that we know of.
This is common for a murder investigation.
We come out and we do an investigation. We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office will be sending people out. This is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I just don't know I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that his family's going to want.
I just really want to see my son. Like, I really need to see my son. Well, I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but...
Right. Yeah.
So, do I just, like, sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Is anybody else having to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
Weird questions she's asking.
That needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take some photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I got to go do some paperwork. They're going to chat with some people, and then we're going to come back and talk to you if you're okay with that.
Yes, please.
So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's going to go do what he needs to do.
But do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow?
We have to. It's the
law. We have to go and make contact with the family.
Yeah.
They have to be notified.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to...
But again, you'll know. We're not going to just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason?
He passed away.
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
And that we're going to be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will be at the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Yeah. We'll give them their number. They can contact them and get it from them.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that
they're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't
White
want
dragon.
him with me.
White devil is what she said last time.
Basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family. They've never accepted me, and they have always Well, he's in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. But the only way...
Your phone's inside, correct?
Yes.
Does he have a phone?
No.
He doesn't have a phone.
He used my phone.
He uses your phone.
Yeah, we
Okay,
did it
share
together.
phone.
So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house.
They share a phone, but she was the only one that could unlock it.
So,
Well, like I said, we're not going to leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not going to leave here with you not feeling safe, because then we're liable.
and then his ex-wife in Philadelphia,
Well, she's in Philadelphia, but yes.
there's going to be a funeral.
Right. But that you're talking like days and weeks possibly
No,
in advance, and I'm talking right here, right now.
I know.
So let me do my investigation. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about, because we can go back and forth about what ifs like all day long.
I know, sorry.
I promise we're not going to leave here for you and you not feel safe. Okay? I promise.
Please. Okay. Is this... I don't even know what to tell you.
It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes. Let us do our thing.
Toxic,
We'll be back
yes.
to I promise, okay?
The judge has assigned that lawyer, and they can't get off the case without the judge consenting. So if you look back on the documents on the docket events, every time there's a motion to withdraw, there's a motion afterwards that says, let's see,
Okay, that's fine.
back up to one here.
Yeah. Sit there and type.
Got 3 years of documents to scroll through here.
So just get type.
So motion to withdraw, motion to cost. Okay, we're at the end of that one.
U.S. Supreme.
Okay, so yes, let me just find the document here. The motion is called, it's order granting motion to withdraw. There's so many motions here. Order on motion to withdraw as counsel is what's returned. So yeah, we're going to expect one of those probably on the 22nd or shortly thereafter, as the Mr. Bankowitz, or current lawyer number 6, has said, I want out. I'm done. We can't get along, which is weird because according to Sarah, they haven't talked at all. So I don't know why they have irreconcilable differences. So that video that we just showed is, I believe, the everything I've got on the interview of Brian. If there's another interview of Brian, I haven't seen that one. Brian being the ex-husband. That's all I've got from that one. So now we've seen the interrogation interview of Sarah. We've seen the at the scene, the morning or the afternoon that she called 911 at her apartment. We've gone through all of the motions to withdraw for all of her lawyers, as we've talked about that, and I can cover those just really quickly again for you if you missed that. The first lawyer withdrew because she said she had a private representation. But most of the withdrawal letter is basically saying, but she needs to pay us $50, and she still has not paid that. That still shows that she owes that on the docket sheet. For that was 3 years ago. The second motion to withdraw was irreconcilable differences. The third motion to withdraw took 2 tries, I'm sorry, the second one took 2 tries for irreconcilable differences. The third motion, there was a conflict of interest because the attorney had previously represented George in a domestic incident where Sarah was on the other side. So they had had an adversarial meeting in the past, so he was excused. Then the fourth one was an attorney who had previously represented a witness in this case. And because he had been the representation for that would be an unfair situation for him questioning the witness for information he has about her. The fifth was withdrawn because of an undisclosed conflict of interest. And now we're to hear Mr. Bankowitz, who was their 6th. And I guess 7th if you count the private representation, which you don't have any record of. But we believe that she was not able to pay the attorney because she was declared indigent. And if you don't pay your attorney, they don't work for you unless you have a court-appointed attorney. So Andy, that covers that. Hopefully that gets you up to speed there. Her lawyer wants to be far, far away. He spent like 2 hours with her of the 3,758 hours that he's represented her, according to the letter. We did cover both letters, one that she wrote to her lawyer and the other one that she wrote to her lawyer or the two she covered to the judge. So that's 3 letters: 1 to the lawyer, 2 to the judge. All 3 were judge got a copy of. We know there are at least 3 other letters for her lawyer, which might have gone just to him, and that might be some of the reasons why they have this irreconcilable difference. And we know there's a letter to the governor, which I'd love to get a copy of as well, if possible. No one wants to be her lawyer. We were joking earlier, Lucy, that she's going to need a change of venue, not for a jury, but because she has gone through all the possible public defenders in her jurisdiction. They're going to have to move it out of state or something just for that. That's a joke. I would die laughing somehow if Matthew Harris had to represent her, poor guy. Well, Matthew is in Texas, and Sarah Boone is in Florida, so I think Matthew's safe, but it would be funny. I'm sure he'd do a great job. We would definitely want to interview after the fact, though. How many years did Dean get? We are still waiting on Dean. They're still deliberating. The jury has asked for the dinner menu. What's on for dinner, basically? Can we have lobster tonight? I don't know who's feeding them, but the dinners should get progressively worse tasting the longer the jury deliberates, because they're in for the long haul right now. She's joining her brother in jail. I didn't know her brother was in jail. If the judge doesn't let the current attorney withdraw, the case does start on the 30th. There's another hearing on the 17th of January, but the next time is in 2 days. The status hearing that was supposed to happen today, this morning, got pushed out for 2 days. So hopefully we'll have a video of that, because it didn't happen today. Let's see. If I go missing, start checking suitcases. You know, the joke of like, take me with you in your suitcase, it's not funny anymore, because apparently that doesn't work very well. I should send her a letter asking her to copy you on all letters moving forward. I'm worried that if I do reach out to her and she contacts me, I will then be a witness. And if I'm a witness, suddenly I'm under the gag order and everything else, and if there is a gag order. But then the live streams get cut off abruptly, and that's no good. Told you it's a couple of fat kids getting that free pizza. Us fat kids love pizza. That's pretty much the jury is what you're describing there. Whatever it is, they're liking what they're getting. Georgia, can you think of a better idea to encourage a jury to reach a conclusion sooner? Because I think they've had plenty of time. They've discussed all the facts already once. At this point, they're deliberating longer than there was evidence presented during the sentencing phase. Vienna sausages for lunch, and that's it. Toothpick and Vienna sausages. Sarah's morning started at 12:30 p.m. It did. It's a little late start, but she had a rough night. She was up all night packing things in the suitcase. Okay. Any other questions? Is there anything else about Sarah Boone that we have to get up to speed? Basically, I wanted this video to be everything you possibly needed to get ready for her case to begin. So you could get all the information available out there and get a really good idea of what happened and what we're looking at, who the players are. If you do go back and watch this, I'll warn you, the Suitcase video is rough to watch. It's tough. Suitcase was a couple decades ago when somebody tried that on a plane. The plane cargo wasn't pressurized, so they died to no air. Man. No news on Dean. Still no news. We're waiting. Let me check the Twitterverse to see if there's anything out there. Let's see. Amber, I got a text from about 7 minutes ago. Let me just see here. I'm going through the motion to withdraw here for Sarah Boone's lawyers, looking at the different ones. 2, 3. 4. Amber, I'm not seeing that information about her attorney being on there previously. I've got different names on each of the motions to withdraw. Will there be any witnesses on the Boone trial? If it goes to trial, there will be. We'll have neighbors. We're definitely going to have Brian. I think that we will definitely have Sarah Boone testifying in her own defense over the objection of her own attorney. We're going to have the investigators that, let's see, there's a Brian Boone investigation. Okay, thank you very much. Mary Kay sent me this. Just 1 minute here. Trying to get it from my phone to my laptop. Just takes a minute. I think that's the video we just watched. I think that's the same one, the interrogation of Brian. That was in the same video. Look at it on the phone really quickly. Yeah, that's the same video we just watched. Right there at the crime scene. This one on the handstand will be a hot mess. Cross-examination is going to be fun. She can't stay silent. I agree. She has to get her word out. And there's no attorney that's going to go up there and argue that this wasn't intentional, just like she says. I think it just sounds so absurd that she's going to have to say, I have to tell my own story. Let's see. The Cleany trial, she screwed too. Yeah, and she just denied bond a week or so ago in her last hearing. So she's going to be in the clink until she appears in trial. That's also going to be a risky trial to live stream because some of the material, the evidentiary material that will be shared, is risque. Let's put it that way. George's family, who always knew she'd kill him. Her words, they'll testify. You can call the burner phone. We do have a burner phone on this channel. This is the number right there on the screen. You're welcome to call at any time. You can leave a voice message, you can send a text message, or you can send me a picture. All three are appropriate. I've also got this little image I can show you right here. Boom. Call the burner phone. And I imagine when you do call that this is what it looks like on your end, with you standing at a payphone in some shady part of town, calling and leaving a hot tip on the burner phone. But you're welcome to do that. Official pickle ration is in effect for the jury. Rations would greatly decrease each meal. Right. They're gas station pickles. That's what they are. Oh, no problem, Mary Kay. I appreciate all the tips. I realize not all of you can be here the entire time we're live streaming, and we've been on here for 5 hours, so that's great. We might hear more interview. We might hear more stuff. Not everything has been released. Sarah's mad about what has been released, but not everything's been released. So when this actually goes to trial, there may be more. She'd have been arrested for trying to strangle him. Yes, there was that. She's tried to make him stop breathing in the past. The neighbor said they heard noises. That's correct. And it went thump, 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 like you rolled something down the stairs. I hate it when I have a winnable case, but my clients insist I want to tell my side. Oh, man. I have not played the 911 call. I have not played that. Let me see if there's a clean copy of that out there that I can grab. Sarah Boone 911 call, right? Let's see. This is audio only. Let's see. I've got to dig for this one. We need more music for a minute. Okay, I'm gonna kill the music. I've got the 911 call pulled up. It's audio only, so we're gonna play it off the phone here. Give me just 1 second.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 France Court, apartment 3.
4748, what's the street name?
France, Frantd.
And the apartment number?
3.
Is this a police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay,
so
line for the fire
both.
department. Do not hang up.
It's in Florida, Nancy. We told you not to hang up.
Fire risk. That's the location, Mercy.
Desk 32.
No, please don't leave.
4748 France Lane, apartment 3.
France Court.
France Court.
Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, fine, okay.
It's Tealwood Park Apartments.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and
Mm-hmm.
I put him in a suitcase and we were playing. And
Okay.
like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So
Kinda.
I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
I think that's what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he has like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know if like he had like an aneurysm or what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. Listen, we're getting help out there too. All right, okay. Okay,
now?
Okay, yeah, man, listen, we're on our way out there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the boyfriend, ma'am? 42-year-old male. All right. Okay, we're sending help out there. Sheriff's officer anywhere out there?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Listen to me. Okay. I just need to confirm this one. All right. I understand. I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No. He's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me. Okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah. Okay.
But nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay. Listen to me. There's a defibrillator available. I need you to get it for me. Okay?
What is it?
You have an AED available?
No.
All right. Are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay. Lay him flat on his. Okay, ma'am. Listen. So listen. Is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And he's
Right.
purple.
Okay. All right. Listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows. Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right, okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen. Okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him, okay? All right? Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Baby, I'm telling you. Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay. And,
Please! Okay, he just gurgled.
okay. Listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand, okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Yes,
We want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, going to this twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Like the song "Staying Alive."
Just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me.
Alive,
Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is mixing.
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please. Hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just continue pumping his chest. Count on a second count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Ready or not? Here I come. Oh wait,
22,
wrong game. Sorry,
23,
too soon.
24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Just don't make me count.
Right, okay, that's fine. You do a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Okay. Keep on pumping, ma'am. 1,
We were playing hide
2,
and seek.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, ma'am.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay? We were playing hide and seek.
Okay.
He's like, you don't sound like you're
All
doing
right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry. This
Right,
is
okay.
horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
At this point, they're not trying to keep him alive. They're trying to keep her at the
I'm still
scene.
doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found him in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
Right, just keep on pumping his chest until they take over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Open. Come in. Can I stop pumping now?
Let them take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? Last night. We were playing hide and seek. He hid in there.
He hid in there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's been down too long. There's nothing we can do for him.
Hello, ma'am.
And so we're there, obviously.
All right.
Yeah, no, he's my boyfriend. He's your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any kind of metaphors? No. No, not that I know of.
Hello?
Hey, ma'am, the fire department's going to take care of you now, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
Alrighty. Hello, ma'am. Is still there? Hello?
All right. So that's it. That's the end of the call. Now you've heard and seen almost everything that's been released publicly regarding this case. I'm hearing updates. Jake saying WFFA is saying that Dean's family was allowed to bring him food on this lunch break or for dinner here. I guess it's lunch right now in Texas, which is normally not allowed. Pretty crazy. Absolutely crazy. What happened? What happened? Sarah, we weren't there. You tell us, Lucy, exactly. We're trying to find that out right now. Autopsy said he'd been dead for about 11 hours, which matches up the time frame of her sleeping off her hangover. The jury would have to believe that if they want to think that that was not intentional, and maybe they'll do it a lesser included and go with manslaughter then. Patricia says, I now consider myself to be well briefed on the Sarah Boone, and I am ready for a new year and new trials. We'll have a little bit of update on Sarah Boone in 2 days, hopefully, if that's live streamed for that hearing. WFAA said Dean Court were mad that Dean got food from family, so the family left. Yeah, the family's had some threats against him, I hear. Yeah, the very end, Kimberly, it sounded like the individual on the male on the 911 call was definitely thought he was speaking to Sarah at the very end when he dropped off, but the female who then picked up was trying to reach Sarah. Let's see. I'm sure they'll be able to tell if he did chest compressions. Right, and she's kept to that story, Douglas, that she put him in the suitcase. Okay, here's where we are. We're still waiting in Texas versus Aaron Dean. It's been what, 12 hours of deliberations? Close. I think it's over 11 now. Hours of deliberations in this trial, and the jury is already planning out their meals and what videos they want to watch back at the hotel. They are sequestered for this portion, so if they can't figure this out, they might not be going home for Christmas. I don't know. I think they're going to come back with something here soon. Dead for 11 hours, or him being in the suitcase for 11 hours. I think it was mostly both. He was dead for a little bit less time than he's been in the suitcase. The cops are here again. Yeah, there was no response at all when they're like, oh, there's nothing, it's been too long. They immediately, they didn't have to check for a pulse or anything. They looked at him like he's dead. He's very dead. Not a little bit dead. He's all the way dead. And she's like, okay, cool. So now what? It seems strange. Dean is in custody, Kimberly, so it seems strange that he would be able to get food or have lunch with his family type thing, especially when the prosecution has gone very heavy on the fact that he still has his family, and they don't have, Tatiana doesn't have her family, or Tatiana's family doesn't have her. So it just seems like sort of rubbing it in. I can still do this type thing. I think that's how it was seen. Debbie asking if the jury came back with a sentence for the trial. No, they have not yet. Did they give up? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, she's not able to watch right now. That's why she's asking here. Okay, the cold medicine is wearing off for me, so I'm about ready to take a little bit of a break. We will go back on Verdict Watch with Texas versus Aaron Dean. Was there a file in it? In what, Katrina? It was like a dare. I bet you can't fit in. Yep, and the fact that he was drunk probably played into that, how he got in there. Was there a file in the meal? Okay, that's what you're talking about. I don't think so, but they just brought him his favorite food. Or just they brought him food, and that is weird. That's strange. I'm not sure why the judge allowed that. Let's listen in briefly before we go, catch up with WFAA and hear what they're talking about here.
In recruiting, he was like a corporate recruiter. He was just, corporate, no criminal background. It really was a pretty incredible situation.
I think the judge would have to
He
approve.
maintained that he didn't do it at all, or that he didn't know her age.
Didn't do it at all.
This judge has done some crazy stuff in the past. He's the judge
that's
that shocked someone with a
finality to it.
electric neck shocker thing when they wouldn't talk in court. So
as criminal defense lawyers, we sometimes know
Pete
our
mistrial.
clients tell us that they didn't do it, and we may have our suspicions one way or the other about whether that's true. Sometimes they tell us that they did do it, and it's about making sure that the state follows the rules and that they
Bella,
get a fair
I will get some
trial.
rest
And,
for sure.
This was,
but if the
every
Dean verdict comes
lawyer's
back,
nightmare
we're going to go
scenario
live
where
again.
Their client is till their last breath telling you that they're innocent, and then
The family took the food
So
back
he never
home.
wavered. Always was adamant, I'm innocent.
So maybe the judge didn't allow it, or the other people stopped him first. Okay.
That's pretty remarkable. I've never heard of it.
Okay, so it was on his leg, and it's the same as a taser, not a shock collar, says Douglas. Okay, so it was still just they zapped his leg 3 times. This judge had him zapped 3 times for not talking in court. I mean, not answering the question. And the case got thrown out because of it, I believe. Okay. Ankle shocks. All right, so thank you guys for being here. I want to thank all of you. You guys are absolutely amazing. This has been a fun day, in spite of the fact that I've got this cold that's just whooping my butt. 7 times the voltage of a shock collar. I hope I get feeling better too. I sense an Allen charge coming. I want to be here for that, Courtney. If the judge gets stern with the jury and says, "Look, you've got a job to do, and you guys need to buckle down and do it," I want to be there for that. And then I'm curious how long they're going to take to deliberate after he does that. But either way, I will be back here live again today if the verdict does come in, whenever that is tonight. And if not, I will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time, which we do every day as we follow all the court cases that happen around the country that are interesting. We've got quite a few going on and several more coming up. So oops, that's the wrong one. We'll do this one. I'll rest up and feel better. Gonna eat some pickles. That'll solve everything. Thank you all. It's good to spend the day with you. It was fun to go over this with Sarah Boone, and I appreciate all those who sent information and links and things to documents. I get a lot of the information that I have discovered and reviewed from you guys and from the Discord page that Toxic and Lil Miss put together. If you want more, if you're not ready to stop right now, I would say please go over to the YouTube page of Matthew Harris Law. He's a friend of the channel. You'll see him in chat quite often, sharing information about legal things that you may not know or that may not want to know, but are really funny. He's got some great videos out there. Please go check out his channel. Give him a follow and subscribe. He definitely has deserved it, and you won't regret it. So please do that. Weather Watch. I know I said we would possibly go live today. I'm just not feeling it right now. We might bring Weather Watch on tomorrow if his schedule is good, because we have a killer storm coming in. A storm pushing down from the north, the Polar Express or something of Siberian frozenness. I forget what Ryan Hall y'all described it as, but Weather Watch is our very own true crime weatherman, and he's helped us out in the past as we had a tornado warning at the courthouse down in Texas, and so we might bring him on tomorrow if that works for his schedule, and you can hear what's going to happen in your neck of the woods as we lead up to Christmas. Anyway, thank you very much for being here. Please, when you go home tonight, give a hug to everybody you love, smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Love you all. Thanks, guys. We'll see you.